Chapter 833. Flying was forbidden in Tianjing City. Only those with a flight order could fly in the sky above Tianjing City. At this moment, Yi Xing was walking in the air, heading towards the inner palace. Tianjing City was extremely large, with a radius of 10,000 miles. Only the inner palace was where the Meng royal family lived, and it was also the core of the dynasty. Martial artists were still able to freely enter and exit Tianjing City. However, entering the inner city was much stricter. Even Yi Xing couldn't directly enter. This was because the entire inner city was constantly protected by a powerful array formation. The Great Yuan dynasty had been established for 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, countless level 5 formation masters had set up formations in the inner palace. There were many members of the Meng royal family, and the inner city was not small, with a radius of 3,000 miles. Within this 3,000 miles there were countless formations. For a king, every step was a formation. The martial artists guarding the teleportation hall did not stop Yi Xing, so they naturally reported the news. After many rounds of reports, the news quickly reached Meng Tai. Imperial Palace Main Hall. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, sat high on the throne. In the hall below, many people were gathered. They were all heroes of the current era. Meng Tai led the Great Yuan dynasty into the army of kings and sovereigns to attack Dark Star Island, but in the end, they fled pathetically and returned in defeat. After returning to the capital, after a short rest, they naturally gathered the experts to discuss how to deal with the Dark Star sect. The experts believed that the Great Yuan dynasty should use their advantage, relying on the formations that Tianjing City had accumulated for 10,000 years, and the dynasty's dragon luck, to defend with all their might. However, this way, the Great Yuan dynasty's power would be limited to Tianjing City, and they would not be able to control the Star Continent. The Dark Star sect would definitely rise and take in all the other factions. Meng Tai was not very willing to defend. As a 4-star king, one of the few powerful kings in the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Tai did not want to see the Great Yuan dynasty lose control of the Star Continent. However, the Dark Star sect had produced Wei Qingxian, whose strength was heaven-defying. Even if he used the dynasty's dragon luck, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Wei Qingxian outside of Tianjing City. Other than defending, there seemed to be no other way. When Meng Tai was caught between a rock and a hard place, he received news that Yi Xing had come to destroy Diyuan and kill Meng Tai. He was angry because of the content of the news, but he was shocked because the person who came was actually Yi Xing? How could it be Yi Xing? Meng Tai was too shocked. Although he wasn't able to kill Yi Xing in the Azure Cloud mountain range 2 years ago, he had personally seen Yi Xing shatter space and leave. From then on, there was no news about Yi Xing in the Star Continent. As the Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty, the ancestors of the Meng clan had once used a spatial passageway to head to other continents. Meng Tai naturally knew that other than the Starry Sky continent, there were other Starry Sky continents. Therefore, Meng Tai could vaguely guess that Yi Xing must have left this space and the Star Continent. In history, there weren't many people who had left the Star Continent. They were all peak 4-star kings. After they left the Star Continent, there was no news about them anymore. No one knew if they were alive or dead. None of them had returned to the Star Continent. Meng Tai believed that Yi Xing wouldn't return to the Star Continent. If he didn't return, he would have nothing to do with the Star Continent. It was no different from death. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable for Meng Tai to tell others that Yi Xing was dead. Now that he received news that Yi Xing had returned to the Star Continent and had even come to Tianjing City, saying that he wanted to destroy Diyuan and kill Meng Tai, how could Meng Tai not be shocked and furious? Your Majesty, Yi Xing, he's still alive. This traitor actually didn't die and even dared to come to Tianjing City. This is really treacherous. Below, some of the experts had also received the news. Instantly, it was as if a nest had exploded. Meng Tai stood up from the throne. His eyes were fierce as he shouted, "This traitor, he was lucky to escape last time. Today, he actually dares to come to Tianjing City. He's like a sheep in a tiger's den, seeking his own death. Everyone, follow me and kill this traitor. He's seeking his own death. Kill this traitor." Due to the defeat at Dark Star Island, the experts in the hall were all furious. Now that someone had come to Tianjing City, it was their home ground. Victory was within their grasp, and they were all very excited. However, there was one person who had a worried look on his face. Although this person wasn't a king, he had a status that wasn't inferior to a king in the Deyuan dynasty. He was the imperial tutor Si Kongyan. When Yi Xing had first arrived at the Star Continent, it was Si Kongyan who had observed the night sky and determined that he would be the demon star in troubled times. According to Si Kongyan's divination, the demon star in troubled times had the possibility of destroying the foundation of the Deyuan dynasty in 10 years. Calculating the time, it was already the 9th year since the descent of the demon star. Si Kongyan had a very ominous premonition in his heart. If the Deyuan dynasty is really about to collapse, what can we do now? It's useless to inform His Majesty. It's better to act according to the circumstances and pray for the best. Si Kongyan thought to himself as he suppressed the thought of reporting to the Supreme King, Meng Tai. At this moment, Meng Tai was still angry because of the defeat at Dark Star Island. Yi Xing had even killed the crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, and was a thorn in Meng Tai's flesh. Now that Yi Xing had come, if Si Kongyan said, "Your Majesty, the Deyuan dynasty is destined to be destroyed by Yi Xing today. Don't resist anymore and run for your life," Meng Tai would probably beat Si Kongyan to death in a fit of anger. Yi Xing's flying speed was extremely fast. By the time Meng Tai received the news, he had already arrived outside the palace. Along the way, some of the guards wanted to intercept Yi Xing. However, these guards were all astral reaching realm venerables. How could they compare to Yi Xing's speed? Naturally, they could only watch and sigh. It was only when Yi Xing stopped in the sky above the palace that a group of inner city guards rushed out from the city and blocked his path. Tianjing City was the core of the dynasty. The guards were naturally the most elite troops, and the soldiers were all astral-reaching realm venerables. The inner city guards were the elites of the elite. The weakest of them was a mid-level venerable. The middle-level generals were all venerable lords, and the high-level generals were all king realm existences. At this moment, there was a high-level general in the group blocking Yi Xing. He was a one-star king realm expert. The inner city general, Meng Shi, had been guarding the palace all this time. Naturally, he didn't recognize Yi Xing. At this moment, he also didn't receive any orders to invade. He just happened to be patrolling nearby. Seeing someone rushing towards the inner city, he came out to intercept. Meng Shi's eyes were like sharp blades. He unsheathed the treasured blade in his hand and stared at Yi Xing as he shouted, "Where did this madman come from? You dare to run amok in the sky above Tianjing City? Are you tired of living?" Scram! Meng Shi was also a one-star king. However, in Yi Xing's eyes, he was too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Pung! Before Meng Shi could react, he was sent flying several thousand meters away by Yi Xing's slap. Only then did Meng Shi's communication pearl light up. He had received the news of Yi Xing's invasion. Chapter 834. Apart from Meng Shi, the other warriors blocking Yi Xing's path were all astral-reaching realm sovereigns. Seeing Yi Xing send Meng Shi flying with a single slap, the sovereigns' hearts shook. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. However, as the Damring dynasty's inner palace guards, their duty forbade them from retreating. Although they were terrified and their legs were shaking, they still gritted their teeth and stood in front of Yi Xing facing these ignorant soldiers. Yi Xing took out his crimson flame bow without hesitation and drew it into a full moon. A black flame arrow rapidly condensed. Whoosh! Yi Xing's aura erupted. The arrow intent contained an extremely penetrating power. At this moment, Yi Xing's aura was so powerful that it was not inferior to a 5-star king's. Once the arrow was shot, anyone below the 5-star king's level would be killed in one shot. The sovereigns in front of him only felt this extremely penetrating aura. They already felt that their bodies were about to be penetrated, and they were about to die. In front of this kind of aura, they forgot all their duties. There was only the fear of death. So, the sovereigns hurriedly fled to the sides. They were clear that if they were half a step slower, they would definitely die under this arrow's attack. Just as the sovereigns fled to the sides, the black flame arrow's power had accumulated to the limit. Yi Xing released the bowstring. Whoosh! The black flame arrow shot out like a black light streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the formation ahead. Boom, 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 boom. Ordinary grade 5 formations could only block low-step kings. Yi Xing's arrow had the power of a 5-star king. Naturally, it was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, it forcibly broke through more than 10 layers of formations and shot out over 100 li. More than 10 grade 5 formations were forcibly broken in the blink of an eye. The commotion caused was so great that the entire Tianjing city was shaking. The explosion of formations being destroyed was even more shocking than the thunder in the sky. Although Yi Xing had said, "Destroy De Yuan, kill Meng Tai" in the teleportation hall, only a few people beside him had heard it. The other martialists in Tianjing city didn't know that someone was attacking Tianjing city. Therefore, the sudden tremors and explosions caused all the martial artists in Tianjing city to be shocked as they looked at each other. Meng Tai and the other kings had just left the main hall of the palace when they felt the tremors and heard a series of explosions. They were all shocked. The imperial palace's inner cities formations were all level 5 formations, and even a 3-star king would have a hard time breaking through one of them. However, from the sound just now, it seemed that more than 10 formations had been blasted apart in the blink of an eye. What kind of power was this? According to the news, Yi Xing had come alone. At this moment, Meng Tai and the other king tiers were doubting the authenticity of the news. 2 years ago, Yi Xing had only been a 7-star exalt before he went missing. In just 2 years, had Yi Xing already possessed such terrifying strength? None of the kings believed him. "Let's go!" Meng Tai shouted loudly. He took the lead and flew towards Yi Xing's direction at an extremely fast speed. Although a king's eyesight was shocking, if they didn't cultivate eye techniques, they could only see a few hundred miles away. Although they could see if there was someone more than 1,000 miles away, they could only see a small black shadow in the distance. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, let alone their appearance. Meng Tai flew at full speed dozens of miles away in a breath. After flying for about 200 miles, Yi Xing had already drawn the crimson flame bow and condensed a second black flame arrow. Whoosh! Moreover, Yi Xing used his astrology, and a ray of starlight shot into the sky, turning into a flaming star. On the flaming star, the image of a huge flaming divine bird flapped its wings and was about to fly. Saint-level astrology, vermilion bird astrology. Surging flaming star power fell, causing the power of Yi Xing's arrow to increase rapidly. If the power of the first arrow was comparable to that of a 5-star king, then the power of this arrow was unrivaled among 5-star kings. It was almost comparable to that of a 6-star king. Boom, 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 boom. This arrow destroyed even more formations, increasing the number by almost half. In the blink of an eye, a total of 16 formations were destroyed. Yi Xing moved forward 100 miles in a single step, and drew the crimson flame bow again, condensing a third black flame arrow. By the time Meng Tai saw Yi Xing's figure clearly, Yi Xing had already shot several arrows in succession. Close to 100 level 5 formations were forcefully destroyed by Yi Xing's tyrannical strength. Yi Xing had advanced several hundred miles from the edge of the Imperial Palace's inner city to the Imperial Palace's main hall. Although Meng Tai had received news that Yi Xing had attacked Tianjing City, he didn't see Yi Xing's face clearly. He also didn't dare to believe that the figure who destroyed the level 5 formations so easily was Yi Xing. 2 years ago, Yi Xing was only a 7-star supremacy. He had escaped from Meng Tai's clutches, and his whereabouts were unknown. In just 2 years, Yi Xing's strength had actually grown to such a level. This was truly unbelievable and deeply shocking to Meng Tai. The moment he saw Yi Xing's face clearly, Meng Tai once again recalled Si Kongyan's words about the demon star in troubled times. A trace of fear actually rose in his heart. This time, the great Yuan dynasty seemed to be in real danger. No. Impossible. The great Yuan dynasty definitely can't be defeated by my hands. Meng Tai shouted in his heart. In an instant, he expelled the evil thoughts from his mind. At this moment, Meng Tai's willpower was as firm as steel. He definitely didn't believe in the demon star in troubled times. His eyes were filled with madness as he looked at Yi Xing with killing intent. Today, he definitely had to kill Yi Xing and let his soul end here. However, Meng Tai didn't realize that if he really didn't believe that Yi Xing was the demon star in troubled times, why would he have such a huge reaction that was close to madness? Yi Xing had long seen Meng Tai's figure. When Meng Tai stopped a few hundred miles ahead, Yi Xing laughed loudly. Old man Meng Tai, today, I'll return all the enmity of the past. I'm here to take your dog life. Meng Tai was as furious as a mad lion. His hair and beard stood on end, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. He shouted, "You traitor, 2 years ago you were lucky enough to escape. Instead of being a stray dog outside, you buried your head in life and tried your best to survive. How dare you kill your way into Tianjing? You're courting death." Yi Xing laughed loudly and said, "Tianjing City is nothing to me. I can come and go as I wish. Taking your dog life is as easy as flipping my hand." As he spoke, Yi Xing shot out another arrow. The black flame arrow was like a ray of light that pierced through the sky. It shot forward explosively and instantly covered 100 miles. It was unstoppable. Rank 5 formations were destroyed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 formations were destroyed. Yi Xing took a step forward and advanced another 100 miles, closing the distance between him and Meng Tai. This time, Meng Tai saw everything clearly. The might of Yi Xing's arrow made his heart tremble instinctively. Even though he was a 4-star king and had the strength of a peak 4-star king, he couldn't contend against the might of Yi Xing's arrow. The more frightened Meng Tai was, the more intense his killing intent became. He roared, "Control the formations and kill this traitor. Tear him into pieces and let him die without a burial place." Chapter 835. There was a huge difference between someone controlling a formation and someone not controlling it. If an ordinary level 5 formation was not controlled, even a 3-star king would be able to break it after attacking for a long time. However, if someone was controlling it, the formation's power could be unleashed to the maximum, and it could even contend with 4-star kings. This was especially true for formations that worked with martial artists. The stronger the martial artist, the stronger the formation's power would be. It could allow a low-level king to kill a 4-star king. In fact, if there were enough kings controlling the formation and they were strong enough, they could even contend with 5-star kings. However, an ordinary level 5 formation was just an ordinary one. No matter what, it could not be compared to a level 5 formation at the initial stage. Therefore, no matter how many kings were controlling the formation, they could only unleash the power of a level 5 formation to the level of a 5-star king. It could not be compared to a 6-star king. As for a level 5 formation at the initial stage, as long as someone was controlling it, it would not be difficult to kill a 6-star king. There were many kings in the Great Yuan dynasty. At Meng Tai's command, dozens of kings behind him entered a formation. It was a formation that worked with martial artists attacked. Dozens of low-level kings working with this formation could unleash power that could barely be compared to a 5-star king. It didn't take long for Yixing to slaughter his way to the front of the formation like crushing dry weeds. The arrow just now had only destroyed 9 formations. When it reached the formation, it was destroyed by a ray of sword light. When Meng Tai saw this, he was overjoyed. When he saw Yixing rushing over, he shouted, "Use the sword light to kill this bastard." The kings circulated their astral energies to the limit and injected them into the formation. A ray of sword light that was 1,000 feet long formed. Whoosh! Under the control of a level 5 formation master, this 1,000 feet long ray of sword light flew 100 miles in an instant. It had the power to split open the heavens and break the earth as it shot toward Yixing. Yixing snorted. The black flame arrow that had been formed a long time ago instantly shot out toward the sword light. Bang! The black flame arrow collided with the 1,000 feet long sword light, and a loud explosion sounded. The 1,000 feet long sword light shattered like a mirror and splashed in all directions. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yixing had used the vermilion bird star form and shot out an arrow with his full power. Even a peak 5-star king would find it hard to resist, and its power was close to that of a 6-star king. How could that 100-meter-long sword light, which was only equivalent to an ordinary 5-star king's attack, be able to resist it? The black flame arrow shattered the 1,000-foot-long sword light, but its power was still terrifying. Like a hot knife through butter, it instantly arrived in front of the array controlled by the kings. Boom! The black flame arrow hit the protective light shield outside the formation with a loud explosion. Cracks immediately began to appear on the invisible protective barrier. Meng Tai's expression instantly changed. The other kings were also shocked. The power of Yixing's arrow was even more terrifying than they had expected. The terrifying rebounding force was transmitted to the kings through the array, causing their bodies to shake. The weaker 1-star kings couldn't withstand the rebounding force, and they all spat out blood. The array was on the verge of collapse. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to block my path? Take another arrow! Yixing yelled loudly. Another black flame arrow condensed on the crimson flame bow and shot out. Among the kings, the 1-star kings all spat out blood and were severely injured. Even the 2-star kings were affected by the rebounding force, and the 3-star kings were also affected. The power they injected into the array was greatly reduced. The sword light that was shot out was only a few 100 feet long. Compared to the 1,000 feet long sword light before, it was only half the size, and its power was also reduced by more than half. It had already fallen to the level of a 4-star king. Even the 1,000 feet long sword light couldn't block the black flame arrow, let alone this sword light that was greatly reduced in power. Boom! The sword light was instantly shattered. The black flame arrow's momentum was unstoppable, and it instantly shot into the array's protective barrier. With a loud explosion, the protective barrier was completely shattered. All the kings spat out blood. They were all severely injured, and their bodies were sent flying. Even the 3-star kings were no exception. Although Meng Tai was furious, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was grim as he hurriedly retreated. Old man Meng Tai, even your imperial city's array couldn't withstand a single blow. Where can you escape to? Yixing yelled loudly. He chased after Meng Tai and shot out another arrow, destroying the array in front of him one after another. Meng Tai's face was grim. After 10,000 years of hard work from generation after generation of rank 5 array masters, Tianjing Imperial City had set up too many arrays. These were the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, Yixing wasn't lying. These arrays, these foundations, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yixing. They couldn't stop Yixing's footsteps. Now, Meng Tai could only rely on the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon luck that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. Although Yi Xing's speed was much faster than Meng Tai's, Yi Xing advanced by breaking through arrays, while Meng Tai directly passed through them. Therefore, Meng Tai was naturally faster. The luck-gathering altar was located in the square in front of the imperial palace. Meng Tai flew a few hundred miles at his fastest speed and returned to the dragon-gathering altar. Yi Xing was behind him, breaking through arrays and chasing after him at extreme speed. Only after landing on the luck-gathering altar did Meng Tai feel at ease. On the luck-gathering altar, Meng Tai could control the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon luck as he wished. He could attack and defend, and he could unleash its full power, exploding with the strength of a rank 5 king. In the past, no one had been like Yi Xing, killing his way into the capital before the old dynasty's dragon luck had dissipated. Even if a new expert was stronger than the old dynasty's supreme king, he couldn't do anything about the dragon luck that had been accumulated for a long time. He could only take advantage of the fact that the old dynasty's forces were holed up in the capital to reclaim the world's forces and build a new dynasty with a new luck-gathering altar. In this way, the new dynasty would become the Orthodox dynasty and be able to gather the star continent's dragon luck, while the old dynasty's dragon luck would lose its source and gradually dissipate. A dynasty's dragon luck was difficult to gather and dissipate. In 100 years, the old dynasty's dragon luck would dissipate. At that time, the new dynasty's dragon luck would be able to invade the old dynasty's capital and wipe out the remaining forces. Within 100 years, if the old dynasty's royal family could produce an expert that could sweep the world, they could still save the dynasty's fate. If not, it would naturally be difficult to escape destruction after 100 years. If Yi Xing hadn't killed his way into Tianjing City, the Dark Star sect would have had to use a method that would take 100 years to completely destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. But now, Yi Xing was destroying everything in his path. With his absolute strength, he was going to end the life of a prosperous dynasty in one fell swoop. Under Meng Tai's control, the dragon luck in the luck-gathering altar exploded, turning into a green dragon that was a few hundred feet long. It coiled on the plaza and surrounded the altar. Meng Tai felt the dragon luck's power and felt extremely at ease. He laughed and said, "Traitor, you must have experienced many heaven-defying things to have your current strength. However, with the dragon luck that my Great Yuan has accumulated for 10,000 years, haha, what can you do to me?" Chapter 836. Following Meng Tai's loud laughter, the 10,000 feet long azure dragon coiled around him raised its head high and opened its mouth to roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, and a terrifying dragon's might spread in all directions as if it had materialized. A burst of invisible power descended from the sky, and Yi Xing, who was over 50 kilometers away, was also forced down from the sky. If it were an ordinary king, they would probably be pressed to the ground by this dragon aura, unable to move at all. However, although Yi Xing had landed on the ground, the aura on his body was still very strong, especially the penetrative power of the arrow will, which had pierced through the formless pressure. Other than the fact that it was difficult for him to fly, Yi Xing was safe and sound. Yi Xing drew his bow again and shot out an arrow. The formations in front of him were all destroyed, and in the blink of an eye, there were no more obstacles between Yi Xing and the luck-gathering altar. Looking at Meng Tai, who was laughing loudly on the luck-gathering altar as if everything was under his control, Yi Xing also laughed. Meng Tai was furious and roared, "You're about to die, and you still dare to laugh?" Yi Xing laughed and said, "I should be the one saying that to you. You want to stop me, Yi Xing, with just the draconic providence of a low-grade dynasty? Old man Meng Tai, if this is your greatest support, then you can die now." Meng Tai's expression changed. The Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence was indeed his greatest support. As long as the draconic providence didn't disperse, unless a 6-star king attacked, no one would be able to resist the draconic providence. Even a peak 5-star king wouldn't be able to resist it. This was because there was a limit to a person's strength, but the draconic providence was endless. The Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence was only at the peak of 5-star kings, but it could kill peak 5-star kings. If Yi Xing could destroy the Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence, Meng Tai would no longer have the strength to resist Yi Xing, and he would definitely die. Therefore, he was shocked when he heard this. However, when he thought of the strength of the dynasty's draconic providence, the fear in Meng Tai's heart disappeared. Yi Xing's strength was indeed strong, but Meng Tai didn't believe that it could reach the level of a 6-star king. Meng Tai said coldly, "Just the draconic providence of a low-rank dynasty? Humph! You're just a frog in a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can you understand the great power of the dynasty's dragon fate? The one who will die today is you." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tai controlled the 1,000-feet-long azure dragon and charged towards Yi Xing who, just as the azure dragon moved, a terrifying gust of wind blew towards Yi Xing. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon stretched out its claw. A huge dragon claw the size of a small mountain tore through the void and reached for Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing's arrow intent was attached to his body. His figure moved and instantly changed positions. The azure dragon's claw missed and tore a hole with a diameter of 100 meters in the ground. Your attack power is barely passable, but your speed is too slow. Why don't you try taking one of my arrows? Yi Xing's voice rang out from over 100 miles away. While speaking, Yi Xing's third eye opened on his forehead as he used the Void Breaker God Eye. At the same time, a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow and arrow. It was the Sagittarius constellation. The Void Breaker God Eye's power could pierce through the void and nothing could block it. The luck-gathering altar, the 1,000-feet-long azure dragon, Meng Tai's body, and the circulation of the astral energy, everything could be seen at a glance under the Void Breaker God Eye. Yi Xing could see where the attack power was weak and where the defense was weak at a glance. He pulled the crimson flame bow and a black flame arrow quickly formed. The Sagittarius constellation's surging astral energy poured down, and the piercing aura increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, Yi Xing was more than 200 miles away from the luck-gathering altar. Meng Tai could control the power of draconic providence to attack from 100 miles away, but it would be difficult to attack from 200 miles away. The speed would be much slower, and he wouldn't be able to stop Yi Xing from forming the astral energy arrow. Moreover, as soon as the black flame arrow formed, the aura it gave off made Meng Tai's heart tremble. Looking at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky, Meng Tai once again thought of Si Qian's prophecy. He had the thought that the Deyuan dynasty would be destroyed and his life would be over. As a 4-star king and one of the strongest kings since the establishment of the Deyuan dynasty, Meng Tai really couldn't imagine that the Deyuan dynasty would be destroyed by his own hands. Meng Tai's mind only relaxed for an instant before he steadied himself and recalled the dynasty's draconic providence. The 1,000-feet-long azure dragon instantly flew back and surrounded the luck-gathering altar, forming an impenetrable defense. Under full defense, even if Yi Xing's arrow had the power of a 6-star king, it wouldn't be easy for it to break through the draconic providence. In Meng Tai's opinion, Yi Xing might be able to unleash the power of a 6-star king for an instant, but he definitely wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Therefore, as long as he could block this arrow, there might still be hope for this battle. Chapter 837. The Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the dynasty's dragon luck had collapsed. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. Its 10,000 years of foundation had been destroyed overnight. Yi Xing had slaughtered his way from the inner city of the imperial palace to the altar. He had destroyed the formations and fought against the kings. His momentum had attracted the attention of countless martial artists. The inner city army of the Great Yuan dynasty and many warriors of the Meng royal family had witnessed the battle between Yi Xing and Meng Tai from afar. Seeing Meng Tai die, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. In the history of the Star Continent, the highest cultivation level had been a 4-star king and the highest strength had been a 5-star king. However, the dynasty's dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was able to resist the top 5-star kings. It could be said that in the Star Continent, as long as the dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was not destroyed, the Great Yuan dynasty should be impregnable. However, the dynasty's draconic fate had been dispersed. The utmost king, Meng Tai, had died. Furthermore, the person who had accomplished all of this was Yi Xing alone. This result was simply too unbelievable. Thus, the Meng royal clan's cultivators were all dumbstruck. They were simply terrified. The Great Yuan dynasty has been destroyed. Run for your lives. In the backyard of the palace's main hall, a loud shout was heard. It was Si Kongyan's shout. In front of Si Kongyan was a teleportation formation. After the shout, the teleportation formation emitted a pure white light and Si Kongyan disappeared. Yi Xing looked towards the direction of the voice. His gaze penetrated the palace's main hall and saw the pure white light in the teleportation formation. Yi Xing had destroyed the dynasty's dragon luck and killed Meng Tai. This had already frightened the inner city army of the palace. Hearing Si Kongyan's shout, the warriors no longer restrained themselves and fled in all directions. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed and Meng Tai was dead. These warriors no longer had a target to protect and no reason to persevere. Who would dare to face Yi Xing? Of course, they fled as fast as they could. The Meng royal clan's cultivators soon recovered from their stupefied state. Meng Tai was indeed dead. He was deader than dead. Right now, the most important thing was for them to survive. They also joined in the escape. With regards to the Great Yuan dynasty, Yi Xing hated Meng Tai the most. Meng Tai was already dead and the Great Yuan dynasty had fallen apart. He was not a bloodthirsty person and there was no need for him to start a massacre for no reason. Hence, he allowed the cultivators to escape. However, the Meng clan had ruled the Starry Continent for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown how many clans they had bullied and offended. In the past, as the ruler of the Great Yuan dynasty, no one dared to voice their anger. Now that the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed, the Meng clan had fallen from the throne. Their future days would probably not be easy. At the very least, the Great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect had been fighting for more than 1,000 years. The Dark Star sect would not let go of the Meng family so easily. Yi Xing did not need to worry about these matters. The Great Yuan dynasty had ruled the Starry Continent for tens of thousands of years. They must have collected many treasures. Yi Xing had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, he would not work for others. He had to take away the treasures collected by the Great Yuan dynasty. Yi Xing took Meng Tai's storage ring and activated his divine void-breaking eye. Very quickly, he searched through the entire inner palace. Most of the treasures in the Great Yuan dynasty were carried by Meng Tai. However, there were still some treasures hidden in the treasury. After Yi Xing found them, he took them all. Then, he used the teleportation array in Tianjing City to reach the East Divine Continent. By the time Yi Xing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the Dark Star sect had already received news from Tianjing City. The Dark Star sect naturally had spies in Tianjing City. Everyone in Tianjing City knew that such a huge matter had happened in the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, the news quickly reached the Dark Star Island. However, most of the martial artists only knew that the Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. However, they did not know who had killed Meng Tai and who had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. This was the first news that the Dark Star sect received. Tianjing City had the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. This was something that the Dark Star sect was extremely wary of. Although the Dark Star sect's strength had surpassed the Great Yuan dynasty, they did not attack Tianjing City. This was because they could not deal with the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. Now there was suddenly news that someone had broken into the inner palace, killed Meng Tai, and destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. The upper echelons of the Dark Star sect felt like they were dreaming. They did not dare to believe that this was real. Who had the strength to kill Meng Tai, who controlled the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty? When the Dark Star sect received the news, they immediately called for a meeting of the upper echelons. They carefully confirmed the news and confirmed that they had not read it wrongly. The source of the news was also correct. It was indeed from the spies of the Dark Star sect in Tianjing City. After a long period of shock, the Black Biao King decided to go to Tianjing City to investigate. Now, although Zhuo Xinglong was the sect leader of the Dark Star sect in name, the Black Biao King was the true decision-maker of the Dark Star sect. This news was too shocking. The Black Biao King did not dare to believe it. He could only go to Tianjing City personally to investigate and see for himself. Zhuo Xinglong said, "Could it be that the spies in Tianjing City were exposed and have already betrayed us and joined the Great Yuan dynasty? They set up an inescapable net in Tianjing City and then deliberately tricked us into going to Tianjing City, walking right into the trap?" The news was too shocking. Zhuo Xinglong could not believe that Meng Tai had died just like that. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed just like that. Hence, he started to think about other things. Many elders had the same concerns. The Black Biao King said, "The most terrifying thing about Tianjing City is the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as we do not attack the inner palace, Meng Tai will not be able to stop us. Lady Qingxian and I will go and investigate. We will definitely be able to come and go as we please. There's no need to go. The news is true." A pleasant voice came from outside the Dark Star Hall, following which Wei Qingxian walked in. Her face was filled with excitement and joy. There was another person beside Wei Qingxian. The gazes of the kings of the Dark Star sect landed on this person. Their faces were filled with shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. "Brother Yi Xing." The first to react was the Black Biao King. He rushed in front of Yi Xing and said excitedly, "You're still alive?" "As expected." "You're still alive. Haha. You're still alive." His first sentence was filled with shock, following which it turned into great joy. The person who came in with Wei Qingxian was naturally Yi Xing. When Yi Xing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the first thing he saw was Wei Qingxian. Although Wei Qingxian had always believed that Yi Xing was still alive and had some guesses in her heart, she was still extremely excited when she saw Yi Xing. Yi Xing explained to Wei Qingxian that he was the one who had shot the arrow that day. He also told her about what he had done recently. However, before he could tell her in detail what had happened in the past 2 years, Yi Xing knew through his god's void-breaking eye that the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect had doubts about what had happened in Tianjing City. Hence, he came to the Dark Star Hall with Wei Qingxian. Although Yi Xing was already filled with joy after reuniting with Wei Qingxian after such a long time, seeing the Black Biao King again made him extremely excited. Yi Xing looked at the Black Biao King and nodded with a smile. "Of course I'm not dead. I'm living well. Furthermore, I've already killed Meng Tai. I've also destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon fate. The Great Yuan dynasty no longer exists." The Black Biao King was stunned. Chapter 838. Previously, the kings didn't dare to believe the news of Meng Tai's death and the Great Yuan dynasty's destruction. Now, not only did Yi Xing confirm this news, but he also said that he had killed Meng Tai. This news shocked the kings even more. It could be said that they had watched Yi Xing grow up. Although Yi Xing's growth was very fast, he had only been a 7-star supremacy 2 years ago. No matter how fast he grew, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in just 2 years, right? Moreover, 2 years ago, Yi Xing had been hunted down by Meng Tai, and his whereabouts were unknown. Meng Tai had announced to the world that Yi Xing was dead. Now, just the appearance of Yi Xing was enough to make people feel like the dead had come back to life. This was shocking enough. Even the kings present couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The first to react was the Black Tiger King. His eyes were filled with shock, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. The Black Tiger King slapped Yi Xing's shoulder and laughed. Good, haha, I knew it. You're the demon star of chaos. These 2 years, I didn't believe you were dead either. Haha, as expected, not only did you not die, you even killed Meng Tai and destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. You are indeed the Great Yuan dynasty's demon star of chaos, haha. Since Yi Xing had said it himself, it naturally couldn't be false. The Black Tiger King no longer doubted the news from Tianjing City. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings also recovered from their shock. Their gazes towards Yi Xing changed greatly. In their hearts, Yi Xing's image had always been that of a junior. At best, he was a very talented junior with a lot of potential. However, in just 2 years, Yi Xing had already killed his way into the Great Yuan dynasty's palace alone, destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon fate, and killed the Great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai. Such an expert could be said to be peerless in the Star Continent. Wei Qingxian alone was enough to shock them. Now there was Yi Xing, who was even more heaven-defying. In the eyes of the kings, they could no longer associate Yi Xing with the junior of the past. Instead, he had become a peerless expert that even they had to look up to. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings walked toward Yi Xing. They cupped their fists at Yi Xing and nodded slightly. Star Dragon King said, "The Deyuan dynasty is our sect's archenemy. King Yi Xing killed Meng Tai and destroyed the Deyuan dynasty. Our sect is grateful to you." Although Yi Xing had stayed in the Dark Star Church for a period of time, he was not an official disciple of the Dark Star Church. He had only been nurtured by the Dark Star Church because of the Black Biao King. Now, Star Dragon King could no longer treat Yi Xing as a genius of the Dark Star sect, but as a respected expert. They did not have a good relationship with Yi Xing like the Black Biao King. Naturally, they did not dare to be too casual in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded at the kings and said, "Star Dragon King, you don't have to be so polite. I have received many benefits from the Dark Star Church. It is my duty to contribute to the Dark Star Church. Now that Meng Tai is dead and the Deyuan dynasty no longer exists, there are still many survivors. They are still powerful." Star Dragon King said, "Not to mention how many cultivators have died in the hands of the Deyuan dynasty since the founding of the Dark Star Church. Just in the past few hundred years, a large number of experts and geniuses of the younger generation have been killed by the Deyuan dynasty's cultivators. We must avenge them. Those who have been stained with the blood of our Dark Star Church's cultivators must not be spared." Black Biao King nodded and said, "That's right. Those people were once under the protection of the Deyuan dynasty. Now that the Deyuan dynasty has been destroyed, it is time to settle the score with them. There is no time to lose. Let's set out immediately to eliminate the survivors." The kings of the Dark Star Church nodded in unison. They all had their own enemies in the Deyuan dynasty. Of course, it was not just Meng Tai alone. When the Deyuan dynasty was at its peak, they could not do anything to it. Now that the Deyuan dynasty had collapsed, they naturally had to settle the score. Yi Xing said, "The space in the Sea of Dark Prison is becoming more and more unstable. Once something happens, the Death Spirit King might invade. The human race is in danger. Everyone, please take your revenge. However, do not kill the innocent. Kill all of them and try to preserve the human race's strength." The Death Spirit King's invasion was too terrifying. The kings were stunned. Black Biao King said, "Are you serious?" Yi Xing nodded and said, the Death Spirit King's soul that escaped that day has already been killed by me. Before he died, he said that it would not be long before the Sea of Dark Prison's spatial crack would be big enough for the Death Spirit King to pass through. Although he was trying to scare me, it might not be all empty words. Therefore, it is better to be prepared as soon as possible. Black Biao King said, if that is the case, the Star Continent will face a great calamity. Let's do as Brother Yixing said. Those who have the blood of the Dark Star Church on their hands, kill them all. As for the others, spare them if possible. Yixing said, that's good. Brother Black Biao, you decide what to do. I will not participate in these matters. I have to prepare for the dangers that we may face in the future. Black Biao King led the kings of the Dark Star Church and left the Dark Star Island for the Middle Sky Continent to deal with the Deyuan dynasty. With Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian on the Dark Star Island, their safety was not an issue. It could be said that the kings of the Dark Star Church were all out. After the Black Biao King and the others left, Yi Xing told Wei Qingxian about his experiences in the past 2 years in detail. After learning that Yi Xing went to the Starry Crescent Land first, then to the Dark Star Continent, and became a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, Wei Qingxian was shocked. Yi Xing was not even a king, but he had traveled to several Starry Crescent lands. This experience was indeed amazing. Wei Qingxian said, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Yi Xing has experienced so many dangers, but he still managed to escape death. He has encountered such a great opportunity. In the future, we will go to the Starry Crescent Land first, then to the Dark Star Continent. As a high-level continent, the Dark Star Continent may have a passage to the Samsara Palace. Yi Xing nodded and said, with our current strength, it is more than enough to go to the Starry Crescent Land. However, we cannot ignore the threat of the King of Death Spirit. If the King of Death Spirit invades the Star Continent and we are not there, the warriors on the Star Continent will be killed. We have to solve this problem first, then go to the Starry Crescent Land. Wei Qingxian thought for a while and said, I don't know how long we have to wait for the King of Death Spirit to invade. What if we wait for 8 or 10 years and nothing happens? Yi Xing smiled and said, of course, I won't just wait like a fool. In these years, I will try my best to improve my cultivation and increase my strength as soon as possible. However, the most important thing is to study formations. In the Heavenly Bao continent, among the treasures I obtained, there are ancient books on formations. I even have quasi-god level 6 ancient books on formations. My talent in formations is even better than my talent in martial arts. If the King of Death Spirits doesn't invade in 8 or 10 years, I'm afraid I will have become a level 5 array grandmaster. I only need to leave some formations to protect the human tribe on the Starland. Chapter 839. Yi Xing stayed at the Dark Star Island for a few days before returning to the Falling Star sect to meet with Hua Tianfeng, Lin Tongyu, Gu Tianshang, and the others. In the Heavenly Bao Hall, Yi Xing obtained a large number of treasures. Among them, there were treasures that could prolong one's life and heal injuries to one's life force. Chu Jingyue's injuries were completely healed, allowing her to regain her youth and increase her lifespan. After that, Yi Xing went to the old site of the Falling Star sect. The tortoise said that only when Yi Xing became a king and passed the king-level trial could he obtain all the treasures left behind by Emperor Xinghan. With Yi Xing's harvest in the Heavenly Bao continent, he was not very interested in the treasures in the Star Hall. Only the Star Hall itself was attractive to Yi Xing. Although the Star Hall was just a replica, it was not an ordinary divine artifact. If Yi Xing could use it, he would be able to exert a terrifying power that was far beyond his strength. Through the Star Token, Yi Xing entered the Star Hall. Yi Xing had absorbed Luo Tiangong's true god blood essence and became a king. He had built an extreme-grade imperial body. He had comprehended the true meaning of Tao from 3 great Taos of heaven and earth. His ability to challenge those of a higher level was even better than when he was in the honorable realm. Of course, passing the king level trial was not difficult. Whether it was the energy form of Yi Xing or the energy form of 1 to 3 levels higher than Yi Xing, they were all defeated by Yi Xing effortlessly. He easily completed the king level trial. Very good, very good. The tortoise praised again and again. His eyes were filled with amazement. I didn't expect you to become a king so quickly and have such powerful strength. Compared to Master, your talent and potential are much higher. In the end, Xing Han Great Emperor only managed to cultivate to the level of a 9-star king and failed to become a quasi-god. As for Yi Xing, he was now a 5-star blue fate. In terms of talent, Yi Xing was naturally much higher than Xing Han Great Emperor. Moreover, in terms of strength, Yi Xing, who was in the same realm, far surpassed Great Emperor Xing Han. Emperor Xing Han relied on the Stellar Hall replica to reach the level of a 1 Nirvana quasi-god. He himself did not have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Yi Xing was only a 1-star king, but he had the strength of a 6-star king. The two of them were naturally not on the same level. The tortoise continued, Yi Xing, you have completed all the tests left behind by the master. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Star Hall. By refining the Star Hall, you can obtain everything left behind by the previous master. Yi Xing was overjoyed and asked, How do I refine it? The tortoise said, Master, please follow me. The Stellar Hall still has a 5th level. Once you refine the heart of the 5th level, you will be able to control the Stellar Hall. Yi Xing was slightly surprised. Only then did he realize that the master that the pimp was talking about was him. And the fact that there was a 5th floor of the Stellar Hall made Yi Xing even more surprised. Soon, Yi Xing followed Mr. Tortoise to the 5th floor. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless land of flames. With Yi Xing's normal eyesight, he could see thousands of miles just by looking. But even so, he still couldn't see the edge of this land of flames. The first 4 levels of the Stellar Hall were just small spaces. The fact that the 5th level had such a huge land of flames really exceeded Yi Xing's expectations. Seeing this, Mr. Tortoise explained, Master, the space of the 5th level is hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide. However, there is no sun, moon, or stars. There is no alternating day and night. There is no normal air, only endless flames. It is not suitable for life to grow, so it is very barren. This place was indeed very barren. Although there were mountains, valleys, plains, and various other terrains, without exception, they were all burning with flames. However, even if it was just a barren world, such a large piece of land was located in the Stellar Hall. This made Yi Xing feel shocked. It was impossible for the Stellar Hall to be more than hundreds of thousands of miles wide and hundreds of thousands of miles tall, because it was impossible to have so many materials. However, to be able to contain such a large piece of land, it definitely involved the Tao of space. Mr. Tortoise flew forward and said, The world core is located in the center of the 5th level. Master, please follow me. Yi Xing followed behind Mr. Tortoise. In the center of his forehead, he opened his 3rd eye and used the Divine Voidbreaker Eye. The Divine Voidbreaker Eye's gaze pierced through the void. Before long, Yi Xing had roughly seen this piece of land. Mr. Tortoise was right. This piece of land was indeed hundreds of thousands of miles wide. In the center, there was a red stone that contained a special energy that controlled everything in all directions. It was the world core. Not long after, Mr. Tortoise and Yi Xing arrived next to the world core. Yi Xing dripped a drop of blood into the world core. His spiritual power pierced into it and quickly refined the world core. In an instant, an indescribable feeling arose in Yi Xing's heart. The shape of the entire Stellar Hall appeared in his mind. Yi Xing was very clear about the treasures inside. The Stellar Hall was like Yi Xing's hands and feet that he could control at will. There were a large number of treasures inside the Stellar Hall, ranging from low-grade spirit grade to top-grade spirit grade, low-grade profound grade to top-grade profound grade. However, the lower the grade, the more treasures there were. The higher the grade, the fewer treasures there were. Although the disciples of the Dark Star Hall had obtained many treasures in the past 700 years, it was probably less than 1/10 of the total treasures inside the Stellar Hall. Especially the profound grade treasures. Other than Yi Xing, no one had obtained them. Mr. Tortoise waved his hand, and a medicine bottle flew out from the treasure space and appeared in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing knew that this was a medicine bottle from the top-grade profound grade treasure area. He reached out and caught it, saying, "This is a top-grade profound grade pill, extreme body pill. What are its effects?" Mr. Tortoise said, "It strengthens the body and also has the effect of increasing one's cultivation." Yi Xing nodded. Before, when he passed the martial saint, Taoist, and venerable level trials, the rewards he obtained were all pills that strengthened the body and increased one's cultivation. Yi Xing opened the bottle cap, swallowed the extreme body pill, and began to refine it. The strength of an imperial body was measured by the vitality, not the strength of the body. A top-grade imperial body was an immortal body, not an indestructible body. A top-grade imperial body's immortal body was not really immortal, but after being injured, it could be healed through a powerful vitality. Every time it was healed, it would consume vitality. Once the vitality was exhausted, it would still die. Therefore, even if it was a top-grade imperial body, one could not ignore the strength of the body. The higher the strength of the body, the less damage one would receive, and the less vitality one would need to recover from injuries. Then, a top-grade imperial body would be able to last longer in battle. Otherwise, if one's body was too weak, one's body would be destroyed by a single blow. Without reaching the realm of blood rebirth, even if one had an immortal body, they would still die instantly. A top-grade imperial body's absorption of physical energy was extremely fast. In just half an hour, the medicinal efficacy of the extreme body pill was completely absorbed by Yi Xing, and the strength of his body skyrocketed. Yi Xing could feel that just by relying on the strength of his body, he was probably comparable to a 5-star king. Moreover, Yi Xing's Star Dipper had been greatly strengthened, and his cultivation had taken another step forward, becoming a 2-star king. Chapter 840. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Xing smiled. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the strengthening of his physical body, Yi Xing's strength had risen by yet another notch. A high-level king realm expert could be called an emperor. Although there was only one level difference between a 6-star king and a 7-star king, there was a huge difference in strength. When Yi Xing was a 1-star king, he could use the Sagittarius constellation to unleash the strength of a 6-star king, but it was only equivalent to an ordinary 6-star king. Some kings who had the ability to challenge those of a higher level might not be able to compete with a 7-star king after becoming a 6-star king. However, their strength was much stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Right now, Yi Xing's strength was probably not inferior to these extremely powerful 6-star king realm geniuses. Although I haven't reached the level of a 7-star king warrior yet, with the black hole astral form, I might be able to fight against a 7-star Death Spirit King head-on. I don't know how long it will take for the Death Spirit King to invade. In a few years, my cultivation will continue to improve, and then I will be able to kill a 7-star Death Spirit King head-on. Then, I won't be afraid of the Death Spirit King invading the Star Continent. Yi Xing hoped that the Death Spirit King would not invade too soon. Now, his formation was not complete yet. If he encountered a 7-star Death Spirit King, he would barely be able to compete with it. In a few years, his cultivation would increase, and even if a 7-star Death Spirit King invaded the Starry Continent, Yi Xing would be able to deal with it. Congratulations, Master. With your strength, it will be easy for you to go to the Starry Crescent Land. The tortoise congratulated him and said, "The old master had a last wish. He hoped that after you get his belongings and go to the starry crescent land, you could avenge him and kill all the enemies who had plotted against him. 700 years have passed. Most of the enemies who plotted against the old master have reached the end of their lifespans, but one of them is definitely still alive." Yi Xing asked, "Who?" Mr. Tortoise said, "Xing Qingji. Kings have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every time a quasi-god goes through nirvana, their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. Quasi-god in nirvana can live for 2,000 years. Xing Qingji was more than 500 years old back then, and now he is more than 1,200 years old. As long as he is not killed by others, he should still be alive." A figure appeared in Yi Xing's mind. He said, "Xing Qingji, I've seen him before. Back in the starry crescent land, he wanted to kill me as well. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill Xing Qingji to avenge Emperor Xing Han and vent my anger." The tortoise said, "This guy is indeed still alive. I must watch him die." Yi Xing nodded and said, "Mr. Tortoise, what abilities does the Starry Hall have? As a divine artifact, I should be able to use it to kill my enemies." Mr. Tortoise said, "Of course you can. However, with your current strength, you can control the Starry Hall to move, but it is not enough to unleash its power. The Starry Hall can be used for both offense and defense. When attacking, it can trigger the flames on the 5th floor, which can burn God. You need to cultivate a fire elemental technique called the Star Glaze technique. When defending, the Starry Hall can transform into a star to defend all directions. Similarly, you need to cultivate the Star Glaze technique to be able to defend against the attacks of gods. Defense could withstand the attacks of gods, and attack had the power to kill gods." Yi Xing was very excited. If he could cultivate the Star Glaze technique, wouldn't his strength reach the god level? Yi Xing said excitedly, "What about the Star Glaze technique? Where is it kept in the Starry Hall? Why haven't I found it?" Mr. Tortoise could not help but touch his forehead and said, "Master, the Star Glaze technique is not an ordinary technique. It was obtained by the Old Master from the Star Secret Realm. Moreover, the Old Master only had a superficial knowledge of it, not even at the entry level. He could barely move the Starry Hall and unleash the most basic power. If the Old Master had learned the Star Glaze technique, he would not have been able to be compared to a first Nirvana quasi-god, and he would not have been killed by Xing Qingji and the others." Yi Xing's hot-bloodedness immediately cooled down. He said, "So there is no Star Glaze technique? Although I can control the Star Palace, I can't use it to attack, nor can I use it to defend. Isn't that completely useless?" Mr. Tortoise thought for a while and said, "It's not completely useless. The Starry Hall is incomparably sturdy. Even if you can't unleash its power just as a hard weapon, it has boundless power and can smash someone to death. Moreover, if the Master encounters a strong enemy, he can also hide in the Starry Hall. Even a quasi-god can't destroy the Starry Hall. In the Starry Hall, your defense can be considered invincible." Yi Xing nodded slightly. What Mr. Tortoise said made sense. However, after thinking carefully, Yi Xing felt that something was wrong. He said, "Mr. Tortoise, can't others snatch the Starry Hall and forcibly refine it?" "Oh!" Mr. Tortoise nodded and said, "If other martial artists want to refine the Starry Hall, they have to at least defeat my will first. I, Mr. Tortoise, have lived for so long. I'm not someone who can be shaken by the will of a mere king. Only experts above the quasi-god level have the possibility of forcibly refining the Starry Hall." Now, Yi Xing was clear in his heart. The Starry Hall could only be considered safe against martial artists below the quasi-god level. If he encountered an enemy of the quasi-god level, then there was no need to hide in the Starry Hall. It was better to escape as far as possible. Yi Xing sighed and said, "The Star Mystery Realm is located in the Dark Star Continent. It seems that only by reaching the dark star continent can one enter the star mystery realm and have the hope of obtaining the star glaze technique. The star mystery realm could only be entered by martial artists above the 9-star king level. The method left behind by Luo Tiangong could directly send people into the star mystery realm. After Yi Xing became a 9-star king, he could deal with it together. Yi Xing left the starry hall. With a thought, the starry hall shrunk and fell into his palm. Without the starry hall, the fallen star mystery realm lost its power. The formations and restrictions dissipated directly, leaving only the sea of fire formed by the outer flame. The situation in the star continent changed. The Great Yuan dynasty was destroyed, and the remnants were hunted down by the Dark Star sect. Some martial artists whose hands were stained with the blood of the Dark Star sect's martial artists were all eliminated. At the same time, some forces that were once oppressed by the Great Yuan dynasty took advantage of the situation and began to encircle and annihilate the disciples of the Meng royal family. The Meng family was originally the #1 family in the star continent. Now that everyone wanted to kill them, they had no choice but to conceal their identity and completely disappear from the stage of the star continent. The Dark Star sect's power was like the sky, and all the forces in the world submitted to them. A new dynasty, the Dark Star dynasty, was established. Yi Xing did not pay attention to all of this. He only borrowed the power of the Dark Star sect to collect the ancient books on formations in the world. He used his superbrain to scan them and then compared them with the ancient books he obtained in the Heavenly Bao continent. As he cultivated, he studied formations, waiting for the disaster of the human race in the star continent to arrive. Chapter 844. The stronger Yi Xing was, the greater the benefits of devouring Yi Xing's flesh and blood would be. With Yi Xing's strength, devouring him was no different from devouring a 7-star king. However, there wasn't even a mid-step king on the star continent. Devouring a 7-star king was simply an extravagant hope. However, with Yi Xing, this extravagant hope became hope. King Wuba was naturally pleasantly surprised. A large number of dead spirits lived in the death realm of the star continent. King Wuba was the strongest expert in this realm. Among the 4 7-star death spirit kings, his strength was undoubtedly the strongest. Even if the 3 7-star death spirit kings, King Wu Gu, King Ha Ling, and King Zada joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for King Wuba. Therefore, although Yi Xing's strength surprised King Wuba, he still had full confidence in killing Yi Xing, seeing that King Ha Ling and King Zadu were in a dangerous situation under Yi Xing's attack. King Wuba suddenly attacked. King Wuba's figure was like the wind, drifting behind Yi Xing in an instant. The green hair on his body shone brightly, and his aura instantly erupted. Xiao, blue fingernails grew out of King Wuba's 5 fingers. Like sharp blades, they suddenly shot towards the back of Yi Xing's head. King Wuba's sudden attack on Yi Xing wasn't inferior to Yi Xing's previous attack on King Ha Ling and King Zadu. It was also unpredictable and hard to guard against. Yi Xing was very clear about King Wuba's sneak attack. However, Yi Xing didn't guard against it in advance, nor did he dodge. Instead, he allowed King Wuba's attack to come. Bang! With a loud explosion, the power of King Wuba's attack was so terrifying that even Vajra mysterious iron would be smashed to pieces. Yi Xing's head also exploded. The martial artists of the star continent all cried out in alarm, their expressions instantly turning into terror. The strength that Yi Xing had erupted with was beyond the expectations of the martial artists. The martial artists had already regarded Yi Xing as their only hope to contend against the undead army. Now Yi Xing's head had been smashed by King Wuba, and all the warriors turned pale in an instant. Once Yi Xing died, their flesh and blood would soon be devoured by the King of Death Spirit and turned into human skeletons. Even the Black Biao King's expression changed at this moment. Only Wei Qinxian, who knew that Yi Xing had constructed a supreme-grade imperial body and possessed an immortal body, remained calm. Yi Xing's head exploded, but he did not die instantly as the warriors had imagined. Instead, as his head exploded, he instantly turned around and grabbed Wu Ba Wang's wrist. Although he did not have a head, Yi Xing's strength did not change. He grabbed Wu Ba Wang's wrist and swung it. Wu Ba Wang and Yi Xing instantly changed directions. Yi Xing had suffered such a serious injury, but he did not die. This was beyond King Wu Ba's expectations, so he naturally relaxed his guard at this moment. Just as the two of them changed directions, Yi Xing also put his 5 fingers together and thrust them towards Wu Ba Wang's chest. 3 kinds of true meaning of Tao: the power of the vermilion bird's celestial phase, the power of the arrow intent, and all kinds of forces gathered in this thrust, making it not only powerful, but also had a terrifying penetrating power. Bang! Yi Xing's 5 fingers struck Wu Ba Wang's chest, and as if he had struck a piece of fine steel, a loud explosion rang out. Wu Ba Wang's body instantly shot backwards, and a fist-sized dent appeared on his chest because of Yi Xing's thrust, but in the end it did not reveal the corpse jade. In the blink of an eye, Wu Ba Wang hit the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, the flesh on Yi Xing's neck wriggled, and a head grew out. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing's head was first blown up, and then it grew out. On the other hand, Wu Ba Wang was sent flying by Yi Xing's thrust, and his corpse jade almost fell out and he died. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. His head could grow back after it was gone, and this completely subverted their understanding. In the history of the Starland, the genius kings had at most built a middle-grade imperial body. How could they know the mysteries of a top-grade imperial body? Yi Xing secretly sighed in pity. Wu Ba Wang's body was even stronger than a middle-grade dark weapon. Otherwise, the blow just now would have brought out his corpse jade and killed him. However, Yi Xing had already expected that this blow might not be able to kill Wu Ba Wang. Therefore, when he attacked, he changed the direction of Wu Ba Wang's body. This blow did not kill Wu Ba Wang, but it also sent him into the formation area. Just like Ha Ling King and Jia Du King, he was surrounded by layers of formations. Wu Ba Wang. Ha Ling King and Jia Du King's figures flashed and arrived at the place where Wu Ba Wang had fallen. Even Wu Ba Wang had suffered a loss in the hands of this 3-star king. They were shocked. Wu Ba Wang instantly stood up and touched the dent on his chest. Wu Ba Wang was also scared, and his heart was filled with anger. With his strength, if he did not think that Yi Xing was dead and let his guard down, he would not have been hit in the chest by Yi Xing and almost lost his life. Wu Ba Wang's empty eyes stared at Yi Xing and said, "You have built a top-grade imperial body, and have an immortal body. Good, very good. Devouring your flesh and blood is better than devouring the flesh and blood of 10 7-star kings. No, 100 of them." Yi Xing smiled faintly. Now that Wu Ba Wang had entered the formation, he could not escape from the palm of his hand. Yi Xing smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you are now a turtle in a jar. Haha, you can't even save your own life, and you still want to eat me." Wu Ba Wang snorted coldly and said, "You are indeed very strong, but you are still no match for me. I was too careless just now. Do you think you can trap me with these formations? In at most 10 breaths of time, I'll be able to completely destroy all of these formations and break them clean." Yi Xing smiled and said, 10 breaths? Enough to kill you." As he spoke, a ray of starlight shot up into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow. Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation, and his aura soared again, and his strength increased greatly. The power of the Sagittarius constellation and the power of the arrow complemented each other, forming a terrifying penetrating power. Even the devil's face formed by the power of the 100,000 undead army was affected by this penetrating power and showed signs of collapsing. Looking at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky, Wu Ba Wang's face changed greatly. Constellation? You You have been hiding your strength? Wu Ba Wang's voice suddenly became a little frightened. If he had known that Yi Xing was so powerful, he would have chosen to retreat and run away. He would first enjoy the flesh and blood of other creatures instead of fighting such a powerful existence head-on. Wu Ba Wang suddenly let out a shrill scream and roared, "Gugaha!" Only the undead king, who had grown to stage 5 and condensed his spiritual will into a soul, would have a strong subjective consciousness. The undead spirits below stage 5 had no fear and would absolutely obey the orders of their superiors. As soon as Wu Ba Wang gave the order, the 100,000 undead army immediately rushed over. Even the undead king, who had a strong subjective consciousness and was used to Wu Ba Wang's orders, also rushed over while screaming. Chapter 845. Seeing that Yi Xing had used the constellations, King Wu Ba knew that he was no match for him. If he wasn't restrained by the formation with his sturdy body, King Wu Ba believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. However, he was now trapped by the formation. Even if it was just a level 5 formation that he didn't think highly of, it had become his prison, restricting his movements. King Wu Ba had just experienced how strong Yi Xing's attacks were. Now that Yi Xing had used the Sagittarius constellation, his strength had increased greatly, and it was enough to threaten King Wu Ba's life. If King Wu Ba tried to break the formation, he would have to face Yi Xing's fatal attack. If he didn't break the formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he continued to defend, he would lose his life. He was caught in a dilemma. Therefore, King Wu Ba immediately ordered the undead army to attack. At the same time, King Wu Ba also ordered King Ha Ling and King Zadu to break through with all their strength, while he fought Yi Xing with all his strength to buy time. There were 2 7-star undead kings inside, and 100,000 undead army outside. It wouldn't take too long to break these level 5 formations. Therefore, as long as they delayed Yi Xing for a while, they would be able to escape once the formation was broken. King Wu Ba couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in his heart. As long as he could escape this calamity, there would be a large amount of flesh and blood in this world for him to enjoy. He didn't believe that there would be a second person on this continent who was as heaven-defying as this young man in front of him. The undead army's roars shook heaven and earth. The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. Everything was within his expectations. In the past 6 months, he had set up dozens of level 5 formations. Among them, there were bewildering formations, illusion formations, and trapping formations. Each formation was enough to trap a 6-star king. With dozens of formations, even a 7-star king would need some time to break them. Yi Xing was very confident that his opponent wouldn't have enough time. In Yi Xing's view, the 100,000 undead army charging over was just walking right into a trap. If the army of 100,000 dead spirits scattered and fled, Yi Xing wouldn't be able to split himself into 2, and the number of martial arts experts on the Star Continent was limited. It would be really difficult to chase after them. If they rushed into the area of the formation he had set up, he could use the formation to trap them and kill them all. Yi Xing drew his golden flame bow, and a black flame arrow condensed and shot out. Sharp claws grew out of King Wu Ba's 10 fingers, and his strength exploded to the limit as he grabbed at the black flame arrow. The sharp claws collided with the arrow, and sparks flew everywhere. King Wu Ba's body was pushed back, and he crashed into the light shield of the formation. He was at an absolute disadvantage. However, as a 7-star Death Spirit King, his body was extremely sturdy. Even though the impact was heavy, he was completely fine. Wu Ba King was still lively as he bellowed, "Although your attack is strong, it can't do anything to this king. When this king escapes, I will definitely slaughter all the humans I see on this continent." Human, you are very strong, but so what? You can't stop this king." Yi Xing laughed and said, "Who says I can't stop you?" As soon as his voice fell, Yi Xing used another kind of astrology. The black hole astrology appeared and formed a dark world in an instant, enveloping King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu. Suddenly, it was pitch black in front of them, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. The three Death Spirit Kings were shocked, and King Ha Ling even exclaimed, "What's going on? I can't see anything?" At this moment, the army of dead spirits had already entered the area of the formation. Layers of formations were activated one after another. Some were illusory formations, which made the dead spirits fall into an illusory world. Some were trapping formations, which trapped the dead spirits in the light shield of the formation. Don't let these dead spirits escape. Kill them while they are trapped in the formation. King Heibiao bellowed. Yi Xing had already discussed with him that when the army of dead spirits fell into the formation, it would be the time for the warriors of the Star Continent to attack. As long as they didn't enter the area of the formation, they wouldn't be affected by the formation, and the warriors could attack from a distance. Everyone, be careful. Don't enter the formation. Wei Qingxian was the fastest. She rushed to the front and slapped with her palm. The white cold Gang Qi instantly froze a few thousand meters. Except for the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, the rest of the dead spirits were all frozen. Behind Wei Qingxian, the attacks of the kings and venerables covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the frozen dead spirit. The ice crystals shattered, and the bodies of the fourth-level green-haired dead spirits were shattered into pieces like the ice crystals. The corpse jades fell out of their bodies directly. As for the fifth-level green-haired dead spirits, their bodies were much sturdier. The shattering of the ice crystals only caused partial damage to their bodies. Some had their arms and legs cracked, some had their heads cracked, and some had their bodies cracked. However, as long as the corpse jades were still there, they could still move. When the formation was in operation, there were obvious light shields of the formation in the void. The warriors were outside the area of the formation, and they attacked from a distance. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 green-haired dead spirits were killed. King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu were trapped in the dark world. The first thing they did was to protect their chests. For the dead spirits, the corpse jades on their chests were their only weakness. Whoosh! A pair of blue wings appeared behind Yi Xing. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he instantly rushed into the layers of formations that surrounded the 3 7-star dead spirit kings. The other party was defending their chests with all their strength. Yi Xing could only break through in close combat. Yi Xing's speed was too fast. In the dark world, the dead spirits' reactions were slightly slower. Yi Xing appeared beside King Ha Ling in an instant. Before King Ha Ling could react, Yi Xing grabbed his wrist and flung him hard. Yi Xing's fling was so powerful that King Ha Ling's body flew up. He lost his center of gravity, and the other claw that was protecting his chest suddenly moved away. Whoosh! Yi Xing's other hand closed together like a bird's beak, and he suddenly raised it. His fingertips shone brightly. Like an arrow, it contained a terrifying penetrating power and fiercely shot into King Ha Ling's chest. The power of this shot was too terrifying, especially when it contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation. Its penetrating power was even more terrifying. Kacha, King Ha Ling's chest instantly shattered. Yi Xing's 5 fingers pierced into King Ha Ling's chest. When he came out, Yi Xing's 5 fingers had already grabbed a piece of white stone as smooth as jade. It was King Ha Ling's corpse jade. Without the corpse jade, King Ha Ling's body instantly lost its source of power and became uncontrollable. "I'm going to take your body." King Ha Ling's soul roared angrily, and rushed into Yi Xing's body in the blink of an eye. The spiritual will of the 7-star dead spirit king wanted to seize Yi Xing's body. However, when King Ha Ling's soul appeared in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows, what greeted him was a pale flame, the star fire seed. This was simply throwing himself into a trap. The star fire seed instantly enveloped King Ha Ling's soul, leaving only mournful screams. However, the screams that occurred in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows could not be heard by outsiders. "King Ha Ling, how are you?" King Zadu shouted anxiously. He was terrified. His soul had been incinerated by the star fire seed. In the dark world, King Wuba was vigilant, waiting for Yi Xing's answer. "I don't believe you. Since you've come to the star continent, don't even think about leaving. So, you'd better die." Yi Xing's voice came from all directions of the dark world. Sometimes it came from the left, sometimes it came from the right, sometimes it came from the front, and sometimes it came from the back. Obviously, when Yi Xing was talking, he was moving quickly in the dark world. King Wuba couldn't determine Yi Xing's location. Yi Xing's answer was not the answer that King Wuba wanted to hear. He immediately became somewhat agitated. King Wuba became excited and shouted, "Human, do you really want to fight to the death? If I die, my army of 100,000 will definitely scatter and flee. No matter how strong you are, how many can you kill? There will always be dead souls escaping. At that time, the human clan will no longer have a peaceful day. While you're still alive, you may be able to protect the human clan from extinction. But after 1,000 years, when your lifespan is up, this world of living creatures will be massacred by my dead soul clan. The human clan will definitely perish. As long as you let me go, I can lead my army back to the world of death with a single order. The human clan will be safe and sound. Human clan, do you want this world to be safe and sound, or do you want the human clan to perish and the dead souls to massacre the world in the future?" Yi Xing smiled coldly. What King Wuba said was indeed a big problem. However, Yi Xing had the void-breaking divine eyes, so he could see everything in this world. Even if there were dead souls who were lucky enough to escape from the war and lurk in the star continent, they couldn't escape Yi Xing's eyes. Only when I catch all of you dead souls in one fell swoop can the human clan be truly safe and sound. King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu are waiting for you on the road to the underworld. You should go with them. Yi Xing's voice rang out. At the same time, a black flame arrow shot through the void toward King Wuba. The black flame arrow shuttled through the dark world silently. It was not until it was within 100 meters of King Wuba that King Wuba sensed that a terrifying attack was coming at him. At such a short distance, even if King Wuba had sensed it, it was already too late. He couldn't dodge it and could only block it. King Wuba's strength was much stronger than King Ha Ling and King Zadu, and his reaction was also much faster. His sharp claws flashed and collided with the black flame arrow in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion and sparks flew. King Wuba's finger was broken, and his body flew backward. The black flame arrow was blocked by King Wuba. A broken finger was nothing to King Wuba. However, Yi Xing's attack wasn't just this arrow. Whoosh! As King Wuba flew backward, Yi Xing's second attack followed. His 5 fingers closed together and his fingertips shot out like arrows toward King Wuba's chest. Bang! King Wuba covered his chest with one hand, blocking Yi Xing's attack and breaking another finger. At the same time, King Wuba's other claw swept out. It was like a sharp blade sweeping toward Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing was lurking in the dark world, so King Wuba didn't know where Yi Xing was. However, the two of them were fighting in close combat, so King Wuba could naturally accurately determine Yi Xing's position. Although Yi Xing's attack power was stronger, his physical body was not as strong as King Wuba's. His head naturally couldn't withstand King Wuba's attack. Yi Xing's other hand swept out to block King Wuba's attack. His hand that was attacking King Wuba's chest continued to attack rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Yi Xing's attack power contained the penetrating power of the arrow intent. Its destructive power was too terrifying. Although King Wuba kept blocking, his entire palm was cut off piece by Yi Xing until it completely disappeared. As for the arm that Yi Xing used to block King Wuba's attack, because his physical body wasn't as strong as King Wuba's, it was more serious. Not only was his palm gone, but his entire arm was also cut into pieces by King Wuba's sharp claws. King Wuba had lost a palm, while Yi Xing had lost an entire arm. It seemed that Yi Xing's loss was more serious. However, for Yi Xing, who had an immortal body, the result was the opposite. After a fierce exchange, Yi Xing immediately retreated and sneaked into the dark world. His flesh and blood wriggled, and the destroyed arm immediately grew out. As for King Wuba, although his body was strong, he had lost as much as he had lost. If he wanted to regrow it, he would need a large amount of flesh and blood energy to replenish it, and it would also take a long time. Yi Xing recovered from his injuries. He pulled the golden flame bow in the distance and first shot an arrow to repel King Wuba. Then, he instantly rushed forward and launched a storm of attacks on King Wuba. This time, King Wuba had lost a palm, so his defense was greatly weakened. He could no longer resist Yi Xing's attacks. In the blink of an eye, his chest was pierced by Yi Xing, and his corpse jade was dug out. Chapter 847. As soon as the corpse jade was dug out, King Wuba's soul left his body. With layers of restrictions, King Wuba's soul had nowhere to run. He could only scream and rush toward Yi Xing. "I'm going to fight you to the death. You'll die with me." As soon as he finished speaking, King Wuba's soul rushed into Yi Xing's body. In the blink of an eye, it reached the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows. The stellar fire seed had been waiting for King Wuba's soul to fall into the trap in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows. King Wuba already knew that Yi Xing had a fire seed from King Zadu. He knew that his soul would be burned by the stellar fire seed, but King Wuba was not afraid at all. Instead, he roared crazily, "Secret soul technique, explosion!" Boom! As soon as King Wuba's voice fell, a terrifying power erupted from his soul, like a bomb exploding. The stellar fire seed had just touched King Wuba's soul when it was pushed away by this explosive force. The soul was intangible, so the explosive force was intangible as well. It did not cause any damage to Yi Xing's space between his eyebrows. However, the intangible ripples of the explosion rushed toward Yi Xing's spiritual will. Obviously, the explosive force could only hurt the intangible spiritual will. "I'm going to die. You're going to die too." King Wuba's remaining spiritual will let out a final scream. However, just as the intangible ripples of the explosion approached the spiritual will in the center of the space between his eyebrows, the black hole astrology suddenly moved. It turned into a huge black hole vortex that almost covered the entire space between his eyebrows. The explosive ripples instantly fell into the black hole vortex and were crushed into pieces. They turned into spiritual origin power and were swallowed by the black hole vortex. They became nourishment for Yi Xing's spiritual will. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing felt that his spiritual will had become much stronger. His arrow will had become sharper and showed signs of breaking through to a higher level. If King Wuba's soul hadn't self-destructed using a secret technique, Yi Xing could only use the star fire seed to incinerate it. He wouldn't have been able to devour it directly. King Wuba had probably never expected such a result. Ha Ling King, Jia Du King, Wu Ba King, the 3 7-star Death Spirit Kings, had died one after another at the hands of Yi Xing. It was a long story, but in reality, it had only taken a little more than 10 breaths of time. The undead army had just charged into the formation not long ago. The battle with the Star Continent's martial artists had just begun. Furthermore, there were at least 100,000 undead spirits in the army, and they stretched for dozens of li. Only half of them had managed to make it into the formation. Those who were at the back had yet to make it in. As soon as King Wuba died, these dead spirits all sensed it. King Wuba was the absolute ruler of the Death Realm on the Star Continent. He was the only leader. The death of King Wuba had a great impact on the undead army. Even those green-haired dead spirits, who didn't have strong subjective awareness, were frightened. The order and restraint of King Wuba faded with his death. A large number of green-haired dead spirits turned around and began to flee out of fear. As for the Death Spirit Kings, who had strong subjective awareness, of course, they were even more aware of the danger. Even King Wuba had been killed. How could these Death Spirit Kings be a match for him? Of course, they also wanted to flee. However, the green-haired dead spirits at the back had not yet been trapped in the formation, so they could escape. As for the green-haired dead spirits trapped in the formation, the green-haired Death Spirit Kings couldn't escape even if they wanted to. After killing King Wuba, Yi Xing immediately attacked the other Death Spirit Kings, especially the middle-level Death Spirit Kings. Except for Wei Qingxian and Black Biao King, the other martial artists' attacks couldn't cause any harm to the middle-level Death Spirit Kings. There were many middle-level Death Spirit Kings. They wanted to break out of the formation with all their strength. These formations couldn't hold them for too long, so they had to seize the opportunity to kill them. Not to mention that killing one of them would reduce the danger to the human race. Just the corpse jades in their chests were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. Those were treasures that could allow even King Realm cultivators to rapidly increase their cultivation. To deal with a 7-star Death Spirit King, even if it was just an ordinary Death Spirit King like King Ha Ling and King Zadu, Yi Xing had to spend some effort. Dealing with a middle-level Death Spirit King was much easier. Yi Xing rushed into the middle-level Death Spirit Kings like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The world of darkness enveloped them, and they all became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Xing was as fast as a phantom, shuttling back and forth in the world of darkness. Wherever he passed, the chests of the middle-level Death Spirit Kings were shattered, and their corpse jades were dug out. As for the souls of the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, they didn't have any actual attacking power, so they couldn't break the formation. Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to kill them. First, he killed the middle-level Death Spirit Kings whose bodies were still alive. There were over 5,000 Death Spirit Kings, and most of them were low-level Death Spirit Kings. While Yi Xing was slaughtering the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, Wei Qingxian was also slaughtering the low-level Death Spirit Kings. Her icy aura combined with the attacks of the other kings killed a large number of them. As for the souls of the low-level Death Spirit Kings, Wei Qingxuan's reincarnation light could easily kill them. Now that Wei Qingxian was a 3-star king, it was much easier for her to use the reincarnation light than when she was a 1-star king. She could use it many times in a row. Furthermore, the reincarnation light had many levels. The higher the level, the more powerful it was, and the more energy it consumed. Killing the souls of low-level Death Spirit Kings only required the lowest level of reincarnation light. With Wei Qingxuan's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to use it hundreds of times in a row. Although there were a lot of undead creatures, when one's strength reached the king level, numbers weren't the key factor in a battle. The battle between the strongest was the real key to a battle. The strongest of the undead creatures had been killed by Yi Xing. The result of this battle was naturally a great victory for the human race. While Yi Xing was killing the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, he also used his void-breaking god eye to observe the distance. He found that most of the green-furred undead creatures had fled into the depths of the Sea of Black Prison. Clearly, they wanted to escape back to the world of death. However, there were also some who left the group after escaping into the Sea of Black Prison. These green-furred undead creatures took a detour and headed towards the Star Continent from other directions. Clearly, they had already developed intelligence and weren't willing to give up on the delicious flesh of the living world. Yi Xing immediately transmitted his voice to the Black Tiger King, telling him the location of these green-furred undead creatures and asking him to lead a group of kings to intercept them. Along the Sea of Black Prison, Ling Daochen had set up many teleportation formations that could be used to reach any area on the edge of the Sea of Black Prison. With the information provided by Yi Xing, the Black Tiger King immediately led a group of kings to intercept the green-furred undead creatures that were trying to enter the Star Continent from other places. With Yi Xing's void-breaking eye monitoring, naturally, no undead creatures were able to cross the line of defense. As time passed, the Death Spirit King gradually fell, and the battle came to an end. In the end, all the undead creatures trapped in the formation were annihilated. The Death Spirit King's soul was also annihilated. Yi Xing obtained a large amount of mystic corpse jades. Chapter 848. A high risk meant a high reward. The invasion of the dead spirits was a great calamity, but it was also a great opportunity. If they couldn't deal with the army of dead spirits, it would be a great disaster. If they could, it would be a great opportunity. More than half of the army of dead spirits that invaded the Star Continent had fallen, and a small portion had escaped back to the world of death. Every dead spirit had a corpse jade on them. This meant that the martial artists of the Star Continent had obtained tens of thousands of profound-grade corpse jades, which had a great effect on the strength of venerables and kings. Among them, the one with the greatest harvest was Yi Xing. Most of the mid-level Death Spirit Kings had died in Yi Xing's hands, so their corpse jades were naturally obtained by Yi Xing. Other than Yi Xing, the one with the most corpse jades was Wei Qingxian. Most of the low-level Death Spirit Kings had died in her hands. The rest of the martial artists had more or less gained something. After experiencing such an opportunity, the strength of the human race of the Star Continent increased rapidly. A large number of ninth-star venerables had broken through to the Star Sea realm and became kings because of the corpse jade. The Star Continent ushered in a true peak of martial arts, and the number of kings exceeded that of any previous era. Another year had passed, and it had been 6 years on the Dark Star. This was the 14th year since Yi Xing had come to the Star Continent. After his 29th birthday, his cultivation had increased rapidly because of the corpse jade. He and Wei Qingxian had both broken through to the 4th level of the Star Sea realm and become mid-level kings. This time, the spatial fluctuations in the Sea of Black Prison lasted for more than half a year before calming down. The passage between the world of death and the world of death was finally cut off. The threat of the world of death was finally eliminated. According to the usual practice, the next invasion of the dead spirits would have to wait for at least tens of thousands of years. Yi Xing's strength had already reached the peak of the Star Continent, and he was absolutely invincible. Now that there were no more threats on the Star Continent, it was time to head to the Starry Crescent Continent. Star Continent, Western Continent, Far West Land. High up in the sky above a barren desert, there was a huge spatial whirlpool. Outside the spatial whirlpool, Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and the Black Biao King stood together. "Brother Yi Xing, I really want to go to Starry Crescent Land with you." The Black Biao King looked at Yi Xing and said, "Unfortunately, the Dark Star Dynasty has just been established, and its foundation is not stable yet. Many of the kings still have the idea of restoring the old system and calling themselves kings. I have no choice but to sit in the center and intimidate the world." Sigh. After absorbing the corpse jade, the Black Biao King's cultivation base improved. Just like Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, he was already a 4-star king level expert. This was the cultivation limit of the Star Continent. With the Black Biao King's strength, he could naturally reach the Starry Crescent Land through the spatial channel between the continents. However, in order to prevent the Starry Crescent Land from falling into chaos and reverting to the old system, the Black Biao King chose to stay and stabilize the foundation of the Dark Star Dynasty. Yi Xing patted the Black Biao King's arm and said, "Brother Black Biao, with your strength, you can go to the Starry Crescent Land at any time. However, the Starry Crescent Land is a place where the 7 forces are fighting for supremacy. The demigods stand at the peak of the martial path, and the emperors roam the world. Brother Black Biao, you will not be as carefree as you are on the starry crescent land. Qin Xian and I are going to the Dark Star Continent, and the starry crescent land is a place we must pass through. Moreover, I have a grudge against the starry crescent land, so I have to go there. The Black Biao King said, It's lonely at the top. Once you and Qin Xian leave, I will be invincible in the starry crescent land. Ha ha! Yi Xing smiled and said, If Brother Black Biao comes to the starry crescent land in the future, you can come to the Big Dipper Sword sect to look for me. If I am still on the starry crescent land, we might meet again in the future. Yi Xing took out the Big Dipper Sword sect's token that he had obtained when he represented the Big Dipper Sword sect in the Dark Star Godly Palace's disciple selection and handed it to the Black Biao King. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Black Biao, farewell. The Black Biao King nodded and said, Take care. Farewell. Wei Qingxian nodded slightly towards the Black Tiger King, and together with Yi Xing, they headed towards the passage at the center of the spatial whirlpool. As soon as they entered the spatial vortex, a sharp aura rushed toward them. The void in the spatial vortex was extremely unstable, and some of the void currents were as sharp as blades. They were not inferior to the attacks of low-step kings. There were even some extremely powerful wind blades that were comparable to 4-star kings. If one did not have the strength of a peak 4-star king, entering the spatial vortex would mean certain death. However, such attacks were like tickles to Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. They could not even break through their protective astral qi. The two of them flew through the spatial vortex at extreme speed without any obstructions. About 2 hours later, they finally reached the end of the spatial vortex. The spacious spatial vortex had finally shrunk to a point, and a powerful repulsive force squeezed Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian out. The two of them appeared in the sky. Yi Xing looked behind him, but there was no trace of the spatial vortex. The spatial vortex was nowhere to be found. Yi Xing opened his divine void breaker eye and barely discovered the spatial vortex. Through this spatial vortex, he could vaguely see the scene on the other side of the spatial vortex. Yi Xing's divine void breaker eye had only been cultivated to the first level. Even though he was passing through the spatial vortex, the scene he saw was still very blurry. The spatial vortex was extremely small, and the repulsive force was only outward, not inward. Even a quasi-god expert could not force his way in. It was no wonder that martial artists could only go from the star continent to the starry crescent land. If one wanted to enter the spatial vortex from the star continent, one would need to have the strength of a true god. Yi Xing looked down at the land below. It was also a vast desert. He used his divine void breaker eye to observe the surroundings and quickly determined that this was the desert where the Dark Star Temple recruited disciples. Wei Qingxian looked around and felt the astral energy in the void. She said, The astral energy of a mid-level continent is indeed much stronger than that of a low-level continent. In the star continent, our cultivation was suppressed, and we could not break through to the 5-star king level. But in the starry crescent land, we feel much more relaxed. Yi Xing smiled and nodded. His divine void breaker eye continued to penetrate the void and look into the distance. Gradually, Yi Xing's expression changed. Yi Xing's gaze landed on the Big Dipper dynasty. In the past, the Big Dipper dynasty had a vast territory and was very powerful. However, the flags of the cities in the Big Dipper dynasty had changed. The Big Dipper dynasty's flag was completely gone. It had become the Astral Elephant dynasty's flag. This meant that the Big Dipper dynasty's cities had been occupied by the Astral Elephant dynasty. This made Yi Xing very angry. His divine void breaker eye continued to penetrate forward. In the Big Dipper dynasty's territory, there was not only the Big Dipper dynasty's flag, but also the Dark Een dynasty's and Demon Sealing dynasty's flags. There was no Big Dipper dynasty's flag. It was only when Yi Xing's gaze penetrated the Big Dipper Sword sect's capital that he finally saw the Big Dipper dynasty's flag. The Big Dipper Sword sect was left alone. Chapter 849. Noticing the change in Yi Xing's expression, Wei Qingxian asked, Yi Xing, what's wrong? Yi Xing looked away and said, The starry crescent land has changed. Although I expected it, I did not expect it to happen so quickly. In just a few years, the Big Dipper dynasty has fallen apart, and the Big Dipper Sword clan is left with only one city. 6 years ago, when the Dark Star Temple was recruiting disciples on the starry crescent land, the Celestial Elephant Palace returned a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death. He became the only second Nirvana quasi-god on the starry crescent land and broke the balance that had existed for tens of thousands of years. At that time, Yi Xing knew that the starry crescent land was going to change drastically. However, the Big Dipper Sword sect was a 4-star sect with tens of thousands of years of history. Yi Xing didn't expect the world to change so drastically in just 6 years. Even the Big Dipper city only had the inner city in the hands of the Big Dipper Sword sect. The outer city had also fallen. In the outer city, Yi Xing saw 3 quasi-gods. They were Xing Qingji of the Star Elephant Palace, Feng Hao of the Demon Ceiling Valley, and Xian Yuan of the Dark Moon Palace. 6 years ago, when Yi Xing participated in the Dark Star Temple's disciple selection, he saw them. With Yi Xing's photographic memory, he naturally couldn't forget them. The Star Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace all had quasi-gods guarding the outer city. There were also many Astral Sea Realm kings. It was clear that the Big Dipper Sword sect was surrounded. In the inner city, the 2 quasi-gods of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, were guarding the sect. Their faces were filled with worry. Clearly, they were depressed about the Big Dipper Sword sect's current situation. Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Een Palace had taken down the entire Big Dipper dynasty. Yi Xing guessed that it was because of the Big Dipper dynasty's tens of thousands of years of accumulated imperial karmic luck. Yi Xing had used the Big Dipper dynasty's name to get a spot in the Dark Star Temple's disciple selection. Moreover, he was Feng Xiaoxiao's best friend. If the Big Dipper Sword sect was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. Yi Xing's expression was solemn as killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Qingxian, let's head to the Big Dipper Sword sect first. Wei Qingxian nodded. Then, the 2 of them flew in the direction of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Along the way, Yi Xing continued to use his void-breaking god eyes to observe the situation of the other dynasties. The Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace had already fought their way to the Big Dipper Sword sect's doorstep. Naturally, these 3 dynasties had nothing to worry about. Yi Xing's main focus was on the Golden Lion Dynasty, Giant Spirit Dynasty, and Moon Severing Dynasty. The Golden Lion Dynasty hadn't changed much, and the quasi-god Jin Hongqing hadn't returned to the Golden Lion sect. The Golden Lion sect didn't have a quasi-god overseeing it, but it hadn't been attacked by Celestial Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Palace, or any other forces. There could only be one result. The Golden Lion sect had sided with these 3 forces. When Yi Xing observed the Giant Spirit Dynasty, he confirmed this point. Jin Hongqing was attacking the Giant Spirit Dynasty with the help of Celestial Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley. Like the Big Dipper Sword sect, the Giant Spirit Dynasty only existed in name. Only the inner city of the royal capital was still under their control. At this moment, the 2 Nirvana quasi-god of Celestial Elephant Palace, Star Silver Death, and the quasi-god of Demon Ceiling Valley, Feng Nongying, were leading many kings to attack the inner city of the Giant Spirit Dynasty. The quasi-god of the Giant Spirit Dynasty, Lu Zhenghong, was controlling the dragon providence of the Giant Spirit Dynasty. He was fighting against the 3 quasi-gods, Star Silver Death, Feng Nongying, and Jin Hongqing. The dragon luck of the Giant Spirit Dynasty was a giant blue dragon that was thousands of feet long. It occupied the sky above the inner city of the Giant Spirit Dynasty and was very powerful. It wasn't at a disadvantage against Star Silver Death and Feng Nongying. However, the dragon luck of the dynasty wasn't endless. The Giant Spirit dynasty only existed in name and had lost its source of dragon luck. Star Silver Death, Feng Nongying, and Jin Hongqing couldn't break through the dragon luck of the Giant Spirit dynasty, but their goal was to exhaust it. When the dragon luck of the Giant Spirit dynasty was exhausted to a certain extent and its power weakened, they could break through and destroy the Giant Spirit sect in one fell swoop. However, the dragon luck of the dynasty had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years and was extremely abundant. It probably couldn't be exhausted in a short time. The Moon-beheading dynasty's situation was the same as the Big Dipper sword sects. They only had the inner city of the royal capital left. The quasi-god of Celestial Elephant Palace, Xing Yuehong, and the quasi-god of Demon Ceiling Valley, Feng Shaoyuan, were guarding the inner city. The Moon-beheading sect couldn't even take care of itself. All in all, the 7 forces of the Starry Crescent Land were now divided into 2 camps. On one side were the Celestial Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Palace, and Golden Lion sect. On the other side were the Big Dipper Sword sect, Giant Spirit sect, and Moon Severing sect. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the Big Dipper Sword sect, Giant Spirit sect, and Moon Severing sect. The other 4 forces' strategy was to first besiege the Big Dipper Sword sect and Moon Severing sect, then attack the Giant Spirit sect with all their strength. Even the dynasty forces of the Starry Crescent Land would take about 100 years to exhaust their dragon luck. The 7 dynasties of the Starry Crescent Land were all stronger than the dynasties of the Starry Crescent Land and had existed for a longer time. The dragon luck they had accumulated would definitely be more abundant. Naturally, it would take a longer time for the dragon luck to dissipate. It might take more than 100 years or even 200 years for the Giant Spirit dynasty's dragon luck to dissipate. However, if someone could resist the power of the dragon luck and keep attacking, the dragon luck would be exhausted at a rate 10 times faster than it would dissipate naturally. The dragon luck that would normally take 1 or 200 years to dissipate might dissipate in 10 or 20 years. The 7 forces of the Starry Crescent Land all had warriors cultivating in the Dark Star Godly Palace. Every 100 years, someone would come back from the Dark Star Godly Palace. Obviously, Star Silver Death and the others didn't want the war to drag on for too long. They wanted to destroy the Big Dipper Sword sect, Moon Severing sect, and Giant Spirit sect within 100 years. Then, after 100 years, even if the 3 sects had incredible geniuses who came back from the Dark Star Godly Palace, they wouldn't be able to turn the situation around without a foundation. If things went according to plan, the Big Dipper Sword sect, Moon Severing sect, and Giant Spirit sect would probably be destroyed within 100 years. However, with the unexpected appearance of Yi Xing, the result was uncertain. Big Dipper Sword sect. Great Emperor Vast Sky was cultivating in a treasured land filled with astral power. Although the astral power here was abundant and beneficial to the cultivation of the dynasty, it was of little use to a 9-star king. However, the Big Dipper Sword sect was in danger. Great Emperor Vast Sky wanted to break through to the Star Nirvana realm and become a quasi-god. There was no treasured land in the Big Dipper Sword sect that could help people break through to the quasi-god realm. Therefore, he could only cultivate in a place filled with astral power. Suddenly, Great Emperor Vast Sky sensed a message from his communication bead. He stopped cultivating and took out his communication bead to check. His face immediately turned to shock. It was a message from Yi Xing, Sect Master Feng. Junior Yi Xing has come from the Dark Star Godly Palace to help the Big Dipper Sword sect out of this predicament. Sect Master, please inform Senior Han Qiu and Senior Jun Yu to meet me in the south of the city. Chapter 850. Vast Heaven Emperor was stunned for a full breath before he came back to his senses. For a 9-star king, It was considered a long time for him to attack 10 to 20 times in a breath. Vast Heaven Emperor was shocked by Yi Xing's message. After becoming a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, the warriors of the Starry Crescent Land had never returned to the Starry Crescent Land in advance. Only every 100 years, when the Dark Star Temple recruited new disciples, could they pass through the space passage and return to the Starry Crescent Land. However, it had only been 6 years since the last time the Dark Star Holy Palace recruited disciples. Yi Xing had returned from the Dark Star Holy Palace? How was that possible? Vast Heaven Emperor could not help but be shocked. It was too unbelievable. Only true gods could travel between the Starry Crescent Land. Even quasi-gods had to use the void-crossing divine boat. However, the cost of using the void-crossing divine boat to travel between the Starry Crescent Land was shocking. It was no less than the lifetime wealth of an ordinary quasi-god. Yi Xing's arrival on the Dark Star continent had either been personally escorted by a true god expert or a quasi-god expert using a void-crossing divine boat. Regardless of which method it was, Great Emperor Vast Heaven found it hard to believe. Vast Heaven Emperor was once an outer disciple of the Dark Star Holy Palace. He naturally knew how high a true god was and how precious a void-crossing divine boat was. Therefore, Great Monarch Vast Heaven was shocked when he saw Yi Xing's message. After the shock, he began to doubt the authenticity of the message. After a while, Vast Heaven Emperor's communication pearl sent another message. Sect Leader Feng, I was chosen by a true God Elder in the Dark Star Holy Palace and was accepted as a disciple. My master knew that the Big Dipper Sword sect was in trouble and sent me here to help the Big Dipper Sword sect. When Yi Xing saw that Vast Heaven Emperor did not reply, he knew that he was already a disciple of the Dark Star Holy Palace. He should have been in the Dark Star Land. His sudden appearance in the Starry Crescent Land was indeed shocking. It was reasonable for Vast Heaven Emperor to be suspicious. Therefore, Yi Xing immediately sent another message. Although Yi Xing was a 4-star king, he could not be compared to a quasi-god. He could not change the situation of the Starry Crescent Land with his own strength. In order to quickly solve the Big Dipper Sword sect's predicament, the only way was to use the Heavenly Bow Continent's legendary weapon. Yi Xing's appearance in the Starry Crescent Land was already shocking enough, and now he had a divine artifact? That was even more shocking. Yi Xing couldn't explain everything one by one, but if he could fabricate a true divinity powerhouse as his master, then everything would make sense. Emperor Vast Sky was excited when he received Yi Xing's message for the second time. Although he was still doubtful, Yi Xing's explanation was reasonable enough to convince him. Emperor Vast Heaven immediately reported the news to Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were equally shocked and overjoyed. If what Yi Xing said was true, then the Big Dipper Sword sect would be saved. Feng Hanqiu immediately made a decision and said, Junyue, you will fight your way out of the city with me and deal with Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan. Kuang Tian, you will seize the opportunity and go to the south of the city to assist Yi Xing, Big Dipper City, East City. Suddenly, the void ruptured, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, 2 first Nirvana quasi-gods, emerged from the void. They each took out a divine artifact and charged toward the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Een Palace. Ha! After a few wild laughs, the void ruptured in front of Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, and 3 quasi-gods appeared at the same time. They were Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan. Quasi-gods were able to travel through the void. As quasi-gods, they could sense it. The moment Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue traveled through the void, Xingqingji and the other 2 sensed it and immediately intercepted them. Xingqingji laughed and said, Old Ghost Hanqiu? You want to go to Giant Holy City to help? Ha! No way. Around the Big Dipper City, there was already a reverse teleportation formation. The teleportation formation could not send people out. That was why Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan could bring people to surround the Big Dipper city. Xingqingji and the other two also took out their divine artifacts at the same time and blocked Feng Hanqiu and Feng Juanyue's attack. 3 against 2, they had the upper hand. However, the 3 misjudged Feng Hanqiu and Feng Juanyue's intentions. They thought that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Juanyue wanted to break out of the encirclement and go to Giant Holy City to help. They did not know that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Juanyue were only trying to attract the attention of the 3, so that Vast Heaven Great Emperor could go to the south of the city to help Yi Xing. As soon as the battle in the east of the city began, Vast Heaven Great Emperor sent a message to Yi Xing and then led people to charge out of the south of the city. The martial artists that Vast Heaven Great Emperor led were all high-level martial emperors. They were all inner elders of the Big Dipper sword sect. The moment they charged out of the south of the city, they were like a sharp knife that pierced through the blockade formed by the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Yin Palace. Feng Guangtian, how dare you leave Big Dipper City? You're digging your own grave. Kill. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. A person yelled. It was a 9-star Great Emperor. Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Yin Palace each had a 9-star Great Emperor. They surrounded Big Dipper City. The anti-teleportation formation they had set up was only targeted at the Big Dipper sword sect. Their own teleportation formations were unaffected. Teleportation formations were set up all around Big Dipper City. The martial artists of the 3 major sects could appear anywhere around Big Dipper City in the shortest time possible. Following that, 2 more loud laughs could be heard. The other 9-star Great Sovereign had also arrived. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were hiding outside the south of the city. After receiving Vast Heaven Great Emperor's message, they began to sneak into the city. When they saw that the battle had started, they avoided the area where everyone was fighting and rushed into the inner city. Who's there? A loud yell came from the front. A 7-star Great Emperor flew into the sky and blocked Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's path. This person was wearing Xingxiang Palace's uniform. He should be an inner elder of Xingxiang Palace. Kill! Yi Xing yelled coldly. Naturally, he would kill anyone from Xingxiang Palace without mercy. Wei Qingxian immediately activated her icy star form and struck out with her palm. Extreme cold chi spread forward like a gale. You're courting death. The 7-star Great Emperor was enraged when he saw that 2 4-star Great Emperors dared to attack him. With a yell, he threw a punch at Wei Qingxian. The fist and palm collided. There was a loud explosion and energy splattered everywhere. The 7-star Great Emperor's expression changed abruptly. The power of the cold chi palm was not weaker than his. What was more terrifying was that the cold chi was like a maggot attached to the bone. It immediately spread to his body through the fist, and made him shudder involuntarily. He felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. His body was so cold that he could not keep up with his thoughts. Whoosh! Yi Xing's arrow intent was attached to his body. He shuttled through the void and instantly appeared in front of the 7-star Great Emperor. He pointed his finger and an arrow shot out. Affected by the cold chi, the 7-star Great Emperor's reaction was greatly slowed. He could only watch as the finger shot towards his head. With a bang, his head exploded. The 7-star Great Emperor died instantly. Chapter 851. With Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian working together, killing a 7-star king was as easy as flipping their hands. It only took them a blink of an eye. Then, without slowing down, the two continued to rush toward the inner city at a speed of 100 miles per breath. The 3 quasi-gods from Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace were held back by Feng Hanqiu and Feng Juanyue. Most of the high-level kings were also attracted by Emperor Vast Sky's team. Therefore, the defense in other areas was naturally weak. The area where Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were was actually guarded by a team of Astral Elephant Palace's kings. The Seven-Star King was the leader of the team. The other kings were focused on the battle in the distance and didn't react in time. The Seven-Star King was the first to intercept, but he was instantly killed by Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The other kings didn't dare to stop them and fled in fear, hurriedly reporting to Nine-Star Emperor. When they finished reporting, Nine-Star Emperor received the news. In a few breaths' time, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had already flown a few hundred miles and reached the edge of the inner city. Yi Xing and Emperor Vast Sky had been in contact. Although Emperor Vast Sky was fighting with the Nine-Star Emperor, he had sent a team to meet up with Yi Xing. The two sides had already met up, and Emperor Vast Sky brought Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian into the inner city. Retreat! Emperor Vast Sky ordered. Their goal just now was to attract the attention of the other martial artists. In reality, they hadn't gone too far from the inner city. Now that they were retreating, they quickly retreated into the inner city. The kings from Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace chased to the edge of the inner city but didn't dare to continue. The inner city had a large number of completed level 5 arrays and even incomplete level 6 arrays. Even a first Nirvana quasi-god would be in great trouble if they were caught in them. After the kings retreated into the inner city, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue also retreated. Although the other 3 quasi-gods had the upper hand, they couldn't stop Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. They could only watch as the two retreated into the inner city. You want to help the giant spirit sect? Haha. In your dreams. Watching Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue disappear, Xing Qingji laughed loudly. At this point, he thought that the Big Dipper Sword sect wanted to break out of the encirclement to reinforce the Great Spirit sect and beat back the Big Dipper Sword sect's martial practitioners. Big Dipper Sword sect, Main Hall. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were brought here by the Big Dipper Sword sect. Soon, Emperor Vast Heaven, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Junyue, 2 quasi-gods, arrived. There were also more than 10 peerless emperors. Without exception, when they looked at Yi Xing, they were both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Yi Xing cupped his fists and greeted everyone. Senior Hanqiu, Senior Junyu, Sect Master Feng, Elders. Emperor Vast Heaven looked at Yi Xing and said, Yi Xing, have you really been accepted as a disciple by a true God Elder? Only then did Emperor Vast Heaven notice Wei Qingxian and ask, who is this? Yi Xing nodded and said, this is my partner, Wei Qingxian. After Wei Qingxian and Emperor Vast Heaven greeted each other, Yi Xing continued, if I hadn't been accepted as a disciple by a true God Elder, why would I have returned to the Starry Crescent Land? Master sent me back to the Starry Crescent Land because he thought I was a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword sect and wanted me to come back to help my old sect. Secondly, it was also a training for me. He wanted me to cultivate in the Starry Crescent Land so that I could return to the Dark Star Continent with my own strength in the future. Although Yi Xing's explanation had a loophole, which was that he couldn't explain why Wei Qingxian had come to the Starry Crescent Land with Yi Xing, everyone was concerned about the safety of the Big Dipper Sword sect and didn't think too much about the truth of Yi Xing's words. Quasi-God Feng Hanqiu was the most anxious about the safety of the Big Dipper Sword sect, so he urgently asked, now, how can we help our sect get out of this predicament? Yi Xing smiled and said, Master told me to bring some treasures. Senior Hanqiu, with these treasures, even if we can't counterattack Xingxiang Palace or Demon Ceiling Valley, we should have no problem restoring the Big Dipper dynasty. The eyes of Emperor Vast Heaven, Feng Hanqiu, Feng Junyue, and the others all brightened. Feng Hanqiu said, Yi Xing, you are now a disciple of the Dark Star God Palace and a disciple of a true God expert. You must not call us senior anymore. Just call us senior. What treasures have you brought? Okay, senior brother Hanqiu. Yi Xing nodded and raised his hands. A sword appeared in each of his hands. The moment the swords appeared, their powerful auras made all the martial artists' eyes widen. The two quasi-gods, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, looked at the two swords with bright eyes and cried out in surprise, "Middle-quality divine weapons?" Divine weapons were offensive tools among divine weapons. They were divided into low-quality, middle-quality, high-quality, and supreme quality. Divine weapons were noble, and each grade made a huge difference in power and value. The majority of quasi-gods used low-quality divine weapons. Only powerful quasi-gods at the 4 nirvana level or higher could easily obtain middle-quality divine weapons. As for high-quality divine weapons, very few quasi-gods possessed them. They were treasures that only true gods possessed. As for supreme-quality divine weapons, they were treasures that even true gods rarely possessed. The 7 factions of the Starry Crescent continent had existed for tens of thousands of years, and they all possessed divine weapons. However, they were the most ordinary low-quality divine weapons. There wasn't a single middle-quality divine weapon. The value of a middle-quality divine weapon wasn't something that a quasi-god who had just entered the Star Nirvana realm could afford. But now Yi Xing had taken out middle-quality divine weapons, and 2 of them at once. How could Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue not be shocked? That's right. Middle-quality divine weapons. Yi Xing nodded and handed the sword in his right hand to Feng Hanqiu. This is the sun-chasing star sword. Its specialty is its speed. It's suitable for senior brother Hanqiu. Then Yi Xing handed the sword in his left hand to Feng Junyue. This is the sky-shaking sword. Its specialty is its strength. It's suitable for senior brother Junyue. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue took the swords from Yi Xing excitedly. Are these really for us? The 2 of them found it hard to believe. They were once core disciples of the Dark Star Temple, so they naturally knew how precious middle-quality divine weapons were. They weren't something that ordinary quasi-gods could possess. Even low-quality divine weapons were extremely precious to first nirvana quasi-gods, let alone middle-quality divine weapons. The Big Dipper sword sect would produce a quasi-god every 1,000 years or so. For tens of thousands of years there were dozens of quasi-gods. However, only 3 of them brought back divine weapons from the Dark Star Temple. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue didn't bring back any divine weapons from the Dark Star Temple. The divine weapons they used were left behind by the predecessors of the Big Dipper sword sect. Although middle-quality divine weapons were precious, Yi Xing had many of them. Moreover, sword-type weapons weren't suitable for him. When he became a 9-star king, he could enter the Heavenly Bao continent and obtain all of Luo Tiangong's treasures. He could also enter the Star Secret Realm and obtain the inheritance of Star Supremacy. To Yi Xing, middle-quality divine weapons weren't too precious. He didn't mind giving them away. Chapter 852. Yi Xing said, "Of course it's for you too. Middle-grade divine weapons are precious, but they're nothing to my master. You don't have to be so polite." The 2 were overjoyed. Feng Hanqiu said, "Good, good. With this sun-chasing star sword, Star Silver Death has nothing to fear. This old man will be able to compete with him. I no longer need to rely on the dynasty's draconic luck to guard this small place." Feng Junyue nodded. "With me, even if Star Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Palace, and Golden Lion sect join forces, our Big Dipper sword sect can fight them." "Haha. Senior brother Hanqiu, what are we waiting for? Let's go straight to Star Elephant Palace and the Great Spirit sect's crisis will be resolved." The 2 were in a good mood and laughed excitedly. They looked at each other and bowed to Yi Xing. "Thank you, junior brother Yi Xing." "Thank you, your master." Yi Xing laughed. "The difference in strength between quasi-gods is greater than that between kings. Star Silver Death is a second nirvana quasi-god and won't be easy to deal with just one middle-grade divine weapon. However, with 2 middle-grade divine weapons and the 2 of you working together, Star Silver Death will be defeated. Feng Hanqiu thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Now that the Great Spirit Sect is being attacked by Star Silver Death and the others, we couldn't save them even if we wanted to. Now that we have the strength, we should go and save them immediately. Big Dipper City, East City. The void split open, and the 2 quasi-gods, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, walked out. Their quasi-god auras exploded, and their power was earth-shattering. Air waves rolled in the sky and clouds surged like the sea. The 3 quasi-gods, Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan, immediately traveled through the void and appeared in front of Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. At this time, the 3 of them already knew that 2 4-star kings had rushed into the inner city during the previous battle. However, the 3 of them didn't care. They were just 2 4-star kings. Even if they were stronger than a 7-star king, they wouldn't care. Looking at Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, Xingqingji laughed. Old farts, what tricks are you up to? In short, you're dreaming if you want to rescue the Great Spirit Sect. Feng Hao was a few hundred years younger than Xingqingji, so he looked much younger. However, his face was also filled with a sinister smile. After the giant spirit sect is destroyed, it will be your Big Dipper Sword Sect's turn. Feng Hanqiu snorted coldly and said, Xingqingji, your good days are over. Go to hell. As he spoke, Feng Hanqiu formed a sword seal and summoned the sun-chasing star sword. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, revealing a vast divine might that made people not dare to look at it directly. Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan's expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed, Mid-grade divine weapon. Feng Hanqiu said coldly, That's right. It's a middle-grade divine artifact, the heaven-shaking gale sword art. Kill. Whoosh! Following Feng Hanqiu's sword seal, the sun-chasing star sword swept out like a gale. Sword light swept out, attacking Xingqingji layer after layer. Xingqingji's expression changed drastically. He had exchanged blows with Feng Hanqiu several times, and their strength was on par. However, Feng Hanqiu, who was using a middle-grade divine artifact, was currently bursting with power that made his heart palpitate. He felt as if he was facing Xing Silver Death. Xingqingji shouted, Lend me a hand. As he spoke, Xingqingji also summoned a divine artifact. It was a golden square seal called the Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal. The Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal bloomed with dazzling golden light. It grew to the size of a mountain and soared into the sky. Bang, 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 bang! The sword light from the sun-chasing star sword struck the Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal layer after layer, constantly producing loud noises. In the blink of an eye, countless exchanges had occurred. The dazzling golden light of the Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal suddenly dimmed. Xingqingji was sweating profusely. The Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal trembled in the sky. It was extremely strenuous to withstand Feng Hanqiu's attacks. At this moment, Feng Hao and Xian Yuan attacked at the same time. Demon Sealing God Destroying Seal. Wind Ghost Sword Technique. The 2 of them shouted at the same time. Feng Hao wore a pair of low-grade divine artifact gloves. In the blink of an eye, he formed hundreds of hand seals. The layers of hand seals were extremely complex. As for Xian Yuan, he summoned a low-grade divine artifact sword. In an instant, a chilly wind blew in the sky. There were faint cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The Demon Sealing God Destroying Seal and the Wind Ghost Sword Technique. The 2 divine artifacts on the left and right of the Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal attacked the layers of sword light at the same time. The trembling Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal immediately stabilized. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan blocked most of the attack power of the sun-chasing star sword. Xingqingji's situation immediately improved. He let out a long sigh of relief. Although Feng Hanqiu's strength had greatly increased due to the sun-chasing star sword, He could not gain the upper hand in a head-on fight with 3 quasi-gods. However, the sun-chasing star sword's specialty was its speed, not its strength. It could not unleash its true power in a head-on fight with the enemy. Feng Hanqiu smiled. The sword technique in his hand changed, and he shouted, "Go!" Swish! The sword light that filled the sky suddenly condensed at one point. The sun-chasing star sword appeared. It only appeared for a moment before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The sun-chasing star sword did not disappear. It was just that its speed was so fast that it caused one to be unable to see clearly. The sword light circled in the air. In the blink of an eye, it bypassed the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal, Feng Hao and Xian Yuan's attacks and stabbed at Xingqingji. Xingqingji's hair stood on end. He sensed a terrifying danger and was greatly shocked. "Return!" Xingqingji shouted. The Vajra heaven-suppressing seal, which was as big as a mountain, flew back to Xingqingji like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Xingqingji and shrunk to the size of a washbasin, barely blocking the attack of the sun-chasing star sword. The shrunken Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was much weaker. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was knocked back by the sword and crashed into Xingqingji's body. Xingqingji's chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body shot backward. "Seal!" Feng Hao shouted. The collision between the sun-chasing star sword and the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal stopped. Feng Hao immediately seized the opportunity and slapped out a set of hand seals. Demon Sealing God Destroying Seal. Demon Sealing Seal Sealed, God Destroying Seal attacked. Feng Hao used all his strength to perform the Demon Sealing Seal. Seals covered the sun-chasing star sword. Feng Hanqiu performed the sky-sweeping gale sword technique and used all his strength to drive the sun-chasing star sword. The sun-chasing star sword trembled. Even though it was a middle-grade divine weapon, it could not break free for a while. This showed how strong the sealing power of the demon sealing seal was. Xian Yuan was overjoyed. He formed a sword technique and pointed at Feng Hanqiu. He shouted, "Die!" A cold wind blew. The low-grade divine sword in the sky flashed with a bright light. While the sun-chasing star sword was being sealed by the demon sealing seal, it attacked Feng Hanqiu. Hee. At this moment, Feng Junyue, who had not made a move, laughed. He suddenly formed a sword technique and shouted, "Heavenly Dragon Mountain Suppressing Sword Technique." Whoosh! A sword light appeared out of nowhere, bringing with it a vigorous aura. This sword light was like a mountain with heavenly dragons dancing in it. It was extremely powerful. It fell from the sky and slashed at the low-grade divine sword that Xian Yuan had used. With a crisp sound, the low-grade divine sword was sent flying into the distance. Xian Yuan's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Another middle-grade divine weapon? Xian Yuan screamed in horror. Chapter 853. Feng Hanqiu's strength was close to Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan's. However, with a middle-grade divine weapon, his strength had reached a level where even the three of them were at a disadvantage. Now, Feng Junyue had also taken out a middle-grade divine weapon. Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan were all shocked and terrified. They were shocked because the Big Dipper Sword sect did not have any middle-grade divine weapons, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue had never used one before. How did they both have a middle-grade divine weapon all of a sudden? Middle-grade divine weapons were not cabbages. In the Starry Crescent Land, they were supreme treasures, the strongest divine weapons that had never appeared before. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue both had such treasures. It was so strange that Xingqingji and the other two could not believe it. In a flash, the three of them recalled the news that their subordinates had reported. 2 4-star kings had broken through the blockade and entered the inner city. The Big Dipper Sword sect did not have any middle-grade divine weapons. Now that 2 4-star kings had entered the sect, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue each had one. At this moment, Xing Qingji and the other two understood that the two middle-grade divine weapons must be related to the two four-star kings. Xing Qingji and the other two immediately regretted it. If they had known that two four-star kings had entered the sect with middle-grade divine weapons, they would not have fought with Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. They would have killed the two four-star kings directly and snatched the two middle-grade divine weapons. Under a strong attack, the Big Dipper Sword sect's dynasty luck would be exhausted in less than 3 to 5 years, and they would be completely annihilated. It was too late to say anything now. If Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue only had one middle-grade divine weapon, they would still dare to fight. However, with two divine weapons their lives would be threatened. How would they dare to fight? Junior brother Hao, junior brother Yuan, retreat! Xing Qingji, who was spurting blood from his own Vajra heaven-suppressing seal, yelled. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled. His speed was so fast that he could travel at least 600 miles in one breath. Although Xing Qingji reminded them verbally, Feng Hao and Xian Yuan knew that they had to retreat. What they needed was not Xing Qingji's verbal reminder, but Xing Qingji's practical help. Once Xing Qingji fled, they could only face Feng Junyue's heavenly dragon mountain suppressing sword art head-on. The heaven-shaking mighty divine sword sent Xian Yuan's low-rank divine sword flying. Its momentum was like a rainbow, and it did not diminish in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, it slashed in front of Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan's face was filled with horror as he retreated rapidly. At the same time, he formed a defensive sword seal and activated a dense protective sword aura. In a hurry, how could he defend against the terrifying power of the mighty heaven-shaking sword? Boom! With a loud explosion, Xian Yuan's protective sword aura was completely dispersed. His body shot backwards like a cannonball, and blood sprayed out in a long line. Xian Yuan's body was like a parched earth. Large amounts of cracks appeared on his body. They were all caused by the sword qi. One of the main sword scars was deep and long. Even his divine bones were broken. Large amounts of his internal organs were crushed. However, quasi-gods had immortal bodies. As long as their divine bodies were not completely crushed in an instant, it was not a fatal injury. They only needed to consume their life force to quickly recover. Xian Yuan used the force of this attack to escape. His flesh wriggled, and his damaged body was quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. The moment Xian Yuan was injured, the chasing sun-star sword also penetrated the seal of the demon sealing seal. At this moment, Feng Hao was also turning to flee. His speed was not inferior to Xing Qingji and Xian Yuan's. However, the chasing sun-star sword was faster than Feng Hao. Like a beam of light, it caught up with Feng Hao in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the back of Feng Hao's head and pierced it into pieces. Even though his head was gone, Feng Hao's speed did not decrease. He fled 600 miles in one breath. His flesh wriggled, and his head grew back in the blink of an eye. Quasi-gods were extremely fast, and it was not easy to catch up with them. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue did not chase after Xing Qingji and the other two. Instead, they looked at each other and made a decision. Boom! Feng Junyue wielded the heaven-shaking mighty sword and performed the heavenly dragon mountain suppression sword technique. The mountain-like sword force carried a terrifying attack power and attacked the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Een Palace. The speed of a king was much slower than that of a quasi-god. Xing Qingji and the other two escaped, but the kings of the three forces were not that fast. When they saw Xing Qingji and the other two escaping, it was too late for them to escape. The heaven-shaking mighty sword was unstoppable. The anti-teleportation formation was instantly destroyed, and a large number of kings were killed. Feng Hanqiu instantly traveled through the void and appeared at another location outside Big Dipper City. A large number of kings of the three forces were gathered here. Once the chasing sun-star sword was used, it was naturally an easy massacre. Kill! At this moment, Great Emperor Vast Sky also led the martial artists of Big Dipper Sword sect out of the inner city. The martial artists of Xingxiang Palace and the other two forces were completely defeated. In this battle, other than Xingqingji, Feng Hao and Xian Yuan, the three quasi-gods, only a small number of kings escaped through the teleportation formation. The rest all died in Big Dipper City. Giant Holy City. Star Silver Death and the others were resting in the outer city to recover their strength. The Giant Holy Sect no longer had a source of Imperial Dragon luck. They could not replenish it, so there was no need to keep attacking. Suddenly, Star Silver Death and Feng Nongying's communication pearls received a message, and it started to vibrate violently. Obviously, someone had sent an extremely important message using a special communication method. Both of them were surprised. Now, the dynasties of Big Dipper Sword Sect, Giant Holy Sect, and Moon Severing Sect had all been destroyed. Only the three major sects could only rely on their Imperial Dragon luck to defend their territory in the inner city of the Imperial capital. It was only a matter of time before the three major sects were destroyed. What else could be so urgent? Star Silver Death and Feng Nongying took out their communication pearls. Then, their expressions changed at the same time, revealing shock. Feng Nongying looked at Star Silver Death and said, "Brother Yin, you received the message too?" Star Silver Death nodded and said in shock, "The Big Dipper Sword Sect has a middle-grade divine weapon, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue each have one. How is this possible?" Feng Nongying said in shock, "Yes. Middle-grade divine weapons are so precious. Even in the Dark Star Temple, only senior brothers who are quasi-gods of the fourth nirvana and above have one. Very few junior quasi-gods have one. How could the Big Dipper Sword Sect have a middle-grade divine weapon?" The two looked at each other in disbelief. However, since Xingqingji and Feng Hao had sent this message, it could not be fake. Star Silver Death immediately stood up and said, "Let's put the attack on the Giant Holy Sect aside for now. Let's go to the Big Dipper Sword Sect and have a look. Middle-grade divine weapon is not something that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue are qualified to have." Humph! The two immediately notified Jin Hongqing and left the Giant Holy City with the kings of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Golden Lion Sect. In the Giant Holy City, quasi-god Lu Zhenghong sensed that Star Silver Death and the others had left. He was slightly surprised. They had besieged the Giant Holy City and attacked for more than a year. It was strange that they would suddenly leave. Chapter 854. Not long after Star Silver Death left Giant Spirit City, he received another message from Xingqingji. Star Silver Death was furious when he saw that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were leading the experts of the Big Dipper Sword Sect to the Astral Dynasty. The Big Dipper Sword Sect's goal was obvious. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the quasi-gods of the Celestial Elephant Palace were outside to attack the royal capital and destroy the Dragon Luck. The Imperial Dragon Luck was the foundation of the sect. Once the sect was in trouble, the Imperial Dragon Luck could protect them for 100 to 200 years. The Big Dipper Sword Sect wanted to destroy the Celestial Elephant Palace's foundation. How could Star Silver Death not be angry? Star Silver Death immediately sent a message to Xing Yuehong, who was besieging the Moon Severing Sect, asking him to return to his sect and deal with the Big Dipper Sword Sect's invasion. Feng Nongying also sent a message to Feng Shaoyuan, asking him to bring the Demon Ceiling Valley's martial artists to the Astral Elephant Palace as reinforcements. The Big Dipper Sword Sect went straight for the capital of the Celestial Elephant Palace. They adopted the method of besieging the way to rescue the Zhao, and resolved the crisis of the Giant Spirit Sect and the Moon Severing Sect in an instant. After the martial practitioners of Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley retreated, quasi-god Lu Zhenghong of the Giant Spirit sect and quasi-god Qiu Minjun of the Moon Severing sect also received messages from the Big Dipper Sword sect. When Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun found out that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue possessed middle-grade divine weapons, they were both surprised and overjoyed. They finally understood why the Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley retreated. Immediately, the two of them left the sect and headed to Astral Elephant Palace. The Astral Dynasty had existed for even longer than the Beidou Dynasty. Naturally, its draconic luck was abundant. Destroying it was not an easy task, and it could not be done in a short period of time. Therefore, although Star Silver Death was furious, he was not in a hurry. He waited until he met up with Xing Qingji, Xing Yuehong, and the other quasi-gods before returning to the capital of the Celestial Dynasty. At this time, Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun had already joined up with the Big Dipper Sword sect's cultivators. Senior brother Han Qiu, junior brother Jun Yue. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun could see from afar that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were both controlling a mid-ranked godly sword and attacking the array formation in the inner city. Middle-grade divine swords were terrifyingly powerful, allowing Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's attacks to reach the level of second nirvana quasi-gods. Level 5 arrays couldn't stop them at all and were all destroyed. Even some level 6 arrays were on the verge of collapse. Even the Celestial Elephant sect's Wang Dynasty Dragon Luck, although already awakened, did not have the control of a quasi-god. Under the control of the Celestial Elephant sect's master, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor, the Celestial Elephant sect could only parry and not fight back. However, the royal dynasty's luck was extremely dense. Even with a 9-star king controlling it, the consumption of luck was several times faster than that of a quasi-god. It would still take a lot of time to completely destroy it. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue stopped attacking. Soon, Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun arrived in front of them. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun's gazes landed on the middle-grade divine weapons of Feng Hanqiu and Qiu Minjun. Lu Zhenghong's voice shook as he said, "It's really a middle-grade divine weapon. Senior brother Hanqiu, what's going on? How come you have a middle-grade divine weapon?" Lu Zhenghong was indeed shocked. He wasn't that much older than Feng Hanqiu. In the past, whenever he saw Feng Hanqiu, he would call him Old Devil Hanqiu. But now, with a middle-grade divine weapon in hand, Lu Zhenghong felt a huge pressure and treated Feng Hanqiu seriously. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were both elated. They were in a good mood. Feng Hanqiu chuckled and said, "This is the great fortune of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Haha. Do you still remember Yi Xing, who participated in the competition under the name of the Big Dipper Sword sect when the Dark Star Divine Palace recruited disciples 6 years ago?" Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun nodded at the same time. Lu Zhenghong said, "Of course. He defeated numerous kings with his cultivation base of 9th-level astral reaching realm and was the champion of the competition. Senior brother Hanqiu, what does he have to do with this?" Feng Hanqiu's joy deepened as he said, "Junior brother Yi Xing is a genius. He was chosen by a true god elder in the Dark Star Godly Palace and was accepted as a disciple. True god experts can travel through different space continents and know about the changes in the Starry Crescent Land. Thus, they sent junior brother Yi Xing back to the Starry Crescent Land to solve the Big Dipper Sword sect's crisis." Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun were dumbfounded. Middle-grade divine weapon was already shocking enough, but it actually involved a true god expert? Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun had also cultivated in the Dark Star Godly Palace when they were young. From outer disciple to inner disciple, they eventually became core disciple. Only after exhausting their potential did they return to the Starry Crescent Land. Naturally, they knew how high a true god expert was in the Dark Star Godly Palace. Qiu Minjun said joyfully, "Such a good thing. Congratulations. You've only been in the Dark Star Godly Palace for a few years, and you've already been accepted as a disciple by a true God elder. Such a thing is extremely rare in the dark star godly palace. It's the first time for a disciple of the starry crescent land. While Yu Minjun was speaking, Lu Zhenghong had already followed Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's gaze. Not far away, among the kings of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Yi Xing was standing side by side with vast Sky Emperor. Only 6 years had passed. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun naturally remembered Yi Xing, the champion of the Dark Star Godly Palace's disciple recruitment competition. Both of their gazes were filled with sighs. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would have such a promising future? Seeing the two quasi-gods land on him, Yi Xing nodded from afar. Feng Junyue touched the mighty sky-shaking sword in his hand, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He said, "For the past few years, we've been bullied by the Celestial Palace. Now that we finally have the strength to fight back, we can't just stand here. Senior brother Zhenghong, senior sister Minjun, since you're here, let's attack together. Today we'll vent our anger." Lu Zhenghong shouted, "All right." For the past 2 years, Star Silver Death and the others have been attacking the giant spirit sect. We've almost lost 10 to 20% of our dynasty dragon luck. Today we'll let the Celestial Palace have a taste of our power. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue continued to take out their middle-grade divine weapons. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun also attacked. The 4 quasi-gods attacked the dynasty dragon luck of the Celestial Palace fiercely. Terrifying explosions shook the heavens and the earth. Not long after Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun arrived, Star Silver Death and the others arrived as well. Astral Elephant Palace, Devil Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Temple, and Golden Lion Sect, a total of 4 sects experts. Among them, Astral Elephant Palace had 3 quasi-god realm experts, Devil Ceiling Valley had 3 quasi-god realm experts, Dark Moon Temple had 1 quasi-god realm expert, and Golden Lion Sect had 1 quasi-god realm expert. The number of kings was in the hundreds, and there were dozens of high-level kings who were peerless emperors. 8 quasi-gods, dozens of high-level kings, and hundreds of beginner and mid-level kings gathered together. Needless to say, their aura was strong. The wind and clouds in the sky cleared a path, and the air billowed. It was as if a prehistoric divine beast was moving. From afar, Feng Hanqiu and the others sensed the arrival of Star Silver Death and the others. They stopped attacking, and the two sides soon faced each other in the sky outside the Celestial Palace. Chapter 858. At this time, Yi Xing attacked like a ghost. He activated the Vermilion Bird Star Phase and shot out astral arrows. The Frozen King was hit by the astral arrows and instantly shattered into pieces. Although the 7 Star Kings weren't sealed in ice, their speed was slowed down. How could they dodge Yi Xing's attack? Their heads were instantly crushed by the astral arrow. The majority of the kings present had only constructed a low-grade king body. Those who had constructed a mid-grade king body could be counted on one hand. Whether it was low-grade or mid-grade king bodies, the head was a vital point. Once the head was crushed, the king would naturally die. When Yi Xing attacked, he was like a life reaper. Wherever he passed, the kings of the 4 forces would die one after another. Even the 7 Star Kings couldn't resist the joint attack of Yi Xing and Wei Qinxian. Yi Xing attacked more than a dozen times in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of kings had died under Yi Xing's hands. None of them had an intact corpse. Although kings didn't have undying bodies, their vitality was still very strong. Usually, in a battle between kings, as long as the disparity in strength wasn't too great, it wouldn't be easy to kill the other party. Killing them in one blow was even more difficult. Between kings, there had to be a gap of 1 realm in strength to have a great chance of killing the other party. And to kill them in one blow, there had to be a gap of 2 or even 3 realms. For Yi Xing to kill more than a dozen kings in the blink of an eye, that was too shocking. However, if one understood Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's strength, the result wouldn't be so shocking. When the two were still kings, Yi Xing already had the strength to kill a 7-star king. Wei Qingxian was also invincible under the 7-star king realm. Now, the two of them had become 4-star kings. They had broken through from the initial stage to the mid-stage king realm. Their strength had increased tremendously. Yi Xing's strength had probably reached the level of being able to kill an 8-star king. As for Wei Qingxian, she was at the peak of 7-star kings. Just think about it, if a 7-star ruler and an 8-star ruler joined forces, how terrifying would their strength be? Wei Qingxuan's attacks had the ability to freeze and control the enemy's movement. Yi Xing's attacks were extremely fast and powerful. They had terrifying penetrative power and destructive power. When the two of them worked together, one controlled the enemy while the other killed the enemy. Naturally, the effect of killing the enemy was doubled. It was much more terrifying than when a 7-star ruler and an 8-star ruler worked together. Killing the other party's kings was naturally like cutting grass. Although there were many kings in the Starry Crescent land, they were not as common as cabbages. Every time one of them died, it would be a great loss. How could they withstand Yi Xing's swift harvest? In less than 10 breaths of time, Yi Xing had already killed more than 10 kings. The number of kings that died in his hands was much more than the total number of kings that died in the hands of the Big Dipper sword sect. In just a few breaths of time, more than 10% of the kings of the 4 major powers had died. This result was out of everyone's expectations, and it was shocking. The Big Dipper sword sect's cultivators were naturally overjoyed. However, the kings of the 4 major powers were incomparably shocked. Even the emperors of the Starry Crescent realm were terrified of Yi Xing. None of them dared to make a move against Yi Xing. Since the other party did not take the initiative to attack, Yi Xing took the initiative to attack. Yi Xing was in the front, and Wei Qingxian was behind him. Wei Qingxuan's speed was 100 li in a breath. Her sovereign bloodline was activated, and she struck out with her icy palms. Although the attack power was not strong, it had a great effect on the enemy kings. Only 8-star emperors could rely on their strength to ignore the attack of this cold chi. The azure cloud wings opened behind Yi Xing's back. Yi Xing's speed was even faster than Wei Qingxuan's, reaching 100 li in a breath. Every time Wei Qingxian attacked with her cold chi, Yi Xing would be the first to attack. For a time, wherever Yi Xing went, the enemy kings would retreat as if they had seen a ghost. But even so, there were still many kings who died under Yi Xing's hands. After all, Yi Xing's speed was too fast, much faster than 7-star emperors. In addition to Wei Qingxuan's cold chi attacks, ordinary kings would not be able to dodge in time. The deaths of the kings of the 4 major powers boosted the morale of the Big Dipper sword sect's kings. Yi Xing die. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded. A king realm expert wielding a supreme-grade profound weapon charged towards Yi Xing. It was an emperor of the Starry Crescent realm. Although the battle was chaotic and the people from both sides were mixed together, the general area where the kings of both sides were located was still very clear. Yi Xing killed his way through, so he naturally went deeper into the enemy's territory. The emperor of the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Golden Monkey Emperor, had long been paying attention to Yi Xing. When he fought with the great emperor of the Big Dipper sword sect, he didn't charge forward. He was in a position where he could fight or retreat. When he saw Yi Xing going deeper into his territory, he immediately retreated and whipped out his supreme-grade profound weapon, the Golden Dragon Truncheon. How terrifying was the might of an 8-star emperor's attack! The void was compressed by the truncheon, and the trees and plants below were crushed into dust. Even the ground cracked open. If this truncheon landed, it would definitely cause the earth to crack and mountains to crumble. A huge crater would be formed in a radius of 10 li. Wei Qingxuan's frosty palm print covered a distance of more than 10 miles, but the Golden Monkey King's figure was not weakened by the frosty air at all. In half a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yi Xing. Moreover, as soon as the Golden Monkey Emperor attacked, another 7-star Emperor attacked Wei Qingxian. With the Golden Monkey Emperor dealing with Yi Xing, the 7-star Emperor wasn't afraid of Wei Qingxian. It seemed long, but it all happened in an instant. The Golden Monkey Emperor was too fast. Although Yi Xing wasn't slower than his opponent, he couldn't maintain his top speed forever. There was a time gap between every move. As long as he seized the opportunity, it was normal for the slower one to hit the faster one. Otherwise, with Yi Xing's speed, which was close to 200 li in a breath, and the Golden Monkey Emperor could only reach 150 li in a breath. Wouldn't that mean that as long as Yi Xing was moving, the Golden Monkey Emperor would never be able to hit Yi Xing? Of course not. For example, at this moment, the Golden Monkey Emperor's truncheon came at the same time as Yi Xing's two move. Yi Xing couldn't avoid it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only face it head-on. The golden flame bow immediately appeared in Yi Xing's hand. With a burst of violent power, the shadow of the golden flame bow shot out with an explosive sound. The Golden Monkey Emperor's power was too terrifying. The shadow of the golden flame bow was destroyed in one strike. The golden dragon truncheon and the golden flame bow collided violently. The golden dragon truncheon focused on power, while the golden flame bow focused on shooting. In a head-on collision, the golden flame bow was naturally at a disadvantage. Moreover, Yi Xing's power was much weaker than the Golden Monkey Emperor's. As the golden flame bow bent and shot, Yi Xing was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 859. Seeing Yi Xing sent flying by the Golden Monkey King's mace, the kings from the Astral Elephant Palace and the rest of the four powers were invigorated. On the other hand, the kings from the Big Dipper Sword sect were shocked. The vast Sky Emperor's eyes widened as his aura erupted once more. The mace's power surged as he tried to push back all his opponents to save Yi Xing. However, their priority was to kill Yi Xing. Now that the Golden Monkey King had the chance, the other kings wouldn't allow the vast Sky Emperor to save Yi Xing. Whether it was the Astral Elephant Palace or the kings from the other three powers, they all unleashed their full strength to resist the mace's mace. Several 8-star sovereigns vomited blood, and the 9-star emperor's face paled. However, they had the advantage in numbers and managed to suppress the mace's mace. As for the other two emperors, one was held back by the myriad phenomenon emperor, while the other was in a similar situation as the vast Sky Emperor. They used their absolute advantage in numbers to resist the mace's mace, preventing the vast Sky Emperor from saving Yi Xing. The 8-star sovereigns from the Big Dipper Sword sect naturally faced the same situation. Although Yi Xing had killed quite a few kings, most of them were low-level and mid-level kings. Only a few 7-star sovereigns had died, and the other side's high-level kings hadn't lost much strength. In terms of overall strength, the four powers still had the upper hand. The 7-star sovereign charging at Wei Qingxian was at the peak of the 7th rank, and he was extremely powerful. Wei Qingxian wouldn't be able to win quickly, and she wouldn't be able to save Yi Xing, ha 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 ha. The Golden Monkey Emperor laughed heartily and was in high spirits. After sending Yi Xing flying with a kick, his body swayed slightly before stabilizing. He shouted, "Die!" As he spoke, the golden dragon mace shone with a dazzling golden light. The golden dragon mace rushed forward and chased after Yi Xing. Once again, the golden dragon mace in his hand smashed down. "Hang in there, Yi Xing!" The hearts of the kings of the Big Dipper Sword sect tightened. The Big Dipper Sword sect's crisis had been resolved by Yi Xing. How could they be willing to see Yi Xing be killed by the Golden Monkey King? Wei Qingxian, on the other hand, was calm. She knew that Yi Xing had a supreme-grade divine body. Even if he was hit by the Golden Monkey Emperor, his life would not be in danger. Moreover, Yi Xing had not used his true power yet. Just as the golden dragon mace was about to strike Yi Xing's body with its scintillating golden light, a massive palace suddenly appeared out of thin air before crashing down from the sky like a massive mountain. It was a replica of the divine artifact, Stellar Hall. The Star Hall was no ordinary god artifact. Although Yi Xing was unable to use its true power, he could control it as he pleased as the master of the Star Hall. How heavy was the Star Hall? It was much heavier than the Sky Dragon Truncheon. When it came down, the Golden Dragon Truncheon lost all its golden light and smashed the Golden Monkey King to the ground. Even an 8-star emperor would find it extremely difficult to wield a divine weapon. Yi Xing was only a 4-star emperor. How could the Golden Monkey King have expected that Yi Xing would suddenly summon a divine weapon? Naturally, he was caught in the middle and struck to the ground by the Starry Palace in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ground within a radius of tens of li caved in. Mountains crumbled. The Star Hall was hundreds of meters tall and stood in the middle of the collapsed ground like a mountain. God artifact? Heavens, that's a huge god artifact. How is this possible? How can a 4-star king use a god artifact? Whether it was the kings of the Big Dipper Sword sect or the kings of the other 4 factions, they were all shocked by this sudden change. Looking at the Star Hall that was hundreds of meters tall, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the quasi-gods in the distance were engaged in an intense battle, exchanging dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, they were also paying attention to the situation here. Yi Xing taking out a god artifact also shocked these quasi-gods, especially Xing Qingji, whose expression changed when he saw the Star Hall. As the person who had plotted against Emperor Xing Han and wanted to steal his god artifact, Xing Qingji naturally recognized the Star Hall. 700 years ago, Emperor Xing Han was plotted against by Xing Qingji and the then palace lord of Xing Xiang. He was poisoned and undoubtedly died. However, Emperor Xing Han used the great space-breaching talisman to escape from the starry crescent land and disappeared. 700 years later, Xing Qingji saw the Star Hall again, but it was actually Yi Xing who had taken it out. How could he not be shocked? While Xing Qingji was distracted, Feng Hanqiu seized the opportunity and swung the chasing sun sword in the sky, bypassing Feng Hao and Xian Yuan's blockade and instantly attacked. In an instant, the sweeping sword light shrouded Xing Qingji's entire body. The sky-sweeping gale sword technique was all about the word sweep. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, it swept past and was filled with rotating power. The sword light shrouded Xing Qingji and also spun at an extremely fast speed, filled with terrifying strangulation power. Xing Qingji's divine body was instantly cut into pieces. In a battle between quasi-gods, dozens of blows could be exchanged in the blink of an eye. A moment of distraction, even if it was only for a moment, was a fatal flaw. Although the divine body was immortal, Xing Qingji's divine body was far from being reborn from a single drop of blood. If his body was cut into pieces, he would die. Senior brother Qingji. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan turned pale with fright and exclaimed at the same time. In an instant, Feng Hao formed hundreds of hand seals and slapped at Xing Qingji. It was the demon sealing seal. Xian Yuan wielded his low-tier divine sword and attacked Feng Hanqiu. In the blink of an eye, the demon sealing seal hit Xing Qingji's chasing sun star sword. Although it was not completely sealed, the speed of strangulation was greatly reduced. Xing Qingji let out a painful howl. Blood sprayed out like a long river as he rushed out from the rotating sword light. His hands and feet had already lost half of his body. More than half of his head had also been cut into pieces by the chasing sun star sword. Only a small part of his head and half of his chest remained. If Feng Hao had not saved him in time and used the demon sealing seal to seal the chasing sun star sword, Xing Qingji's entire body would have been cut into pieces, and he would have died without a doubt. In the distance, Feng Hanqiu's figure flickered. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the void and avoided the attack of Xian Yuan's Wind Ghost sword technique. Seeing that Xing Qingji was not dead, he sighed. It was too difficult to kill a quasi-god. Feng Hanqiu felt that it was a pity that he did not succeed when he finally had the chance. A quasi-god was the strongest power of a force. Killing one would be a heavy loss for any force. Feng Hanqiu knew that if he could not kill Xing Qingji just now, it would be almost impossible to kill him again. Xing Qingji's flesh and blood wriggled and his divine body reconstructed. In the blink of an eye, he recovered to his original state. However, his face was pale. His body had suffered such heavy injuries. Recovering to his normal state consumed too much of his vitality. Xing Qingji's vitality was greatly damaged. After becoming a quasi-god, this was the first time Xing Qingji had faced a life-and-death crisis. He looked at Feng Hanqiu, his eyes full of anger and malice. At the same time, Xing Qingji's desire to kill Yi Xing grew stronger and stronger. He knew that the Starry Hall was not an ordinary divine weapon. It was also not a mid-tier divine weapon. It was a high-tier divine weapon. Chapter 860. Yi Xing's retreating body suddenly stopped. He stood in the air with a smile on his face. The Stellar Hall was indeed a high-grade divine artifact. Without activating its power, it was able to suppress the Golden Monkey Emperor with just its strength. However, it was impossible to kill an 8-star Emperor with just the suppression of the Stellar Hall. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor was instantly struck down from the sky by the Stellar Hall, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mountain-like Stellar Hall suddenly flew into the air. The Golden Monkey Emperor was in the air, and had nowhere to borrow strength from. When he was struck by the Starry Hall, he was naturally suppressed in an instant. However, when he landed on the ground, he unleashed his full strength and blasted the Starry Hall away. Without activating the Stellar Hall's power, it was just a hard weapon. To put it bluntly, it was just a pile of scrap metal. It was only because it was made of high-grade divine metal that it was heavy. However, the power of one blow was not inferior to that of a supreme-grade profound weapon. The Golden Monkey Emperor roared angrily after sending the Stellar Hall flying. His aura surged and his strength exploded to the limit. He even used more than 100% of his terrifying strength. You can't activate such a divine artifact. It's a waste for it to be in your hands. Die Yi Xing. Even a divine artifact can't save you. The Golden Monkey Emperor shouted. The Golden Monkey Emperor shouted. He had personally faced the attack of the Starry Hall and naturally knew that Yi Xing had not activated the power of this divine weapon. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor did not know the grade of the Star Palace, judging from its aura and shape, he knew that it was definitely not a low-grade divine artifact. If such a powerful divine artifact was activated, how could he, the Golden Monkey Emperor, who was only at the 8th layer of the Star Sea realm, withstand it? He would probably be crushed into meat paste in an instant, dying without a doubt. The Golden Monkey Emperor naturally did not believe that Yi Xing was deliberately not activating the divine artifact's power. He knew that Yi Xing could not activate the divine artifact's power, so he was full of confidence. The Golden Monkey Emperor had been struck by the Stellar Hall because it had appeared out of nowhere and descended from the sky. It was out of his expectations. Having learned his lesson, the Golden Monkey Emperor was prepared and would not be easily struck by the Stellar Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Monkey Emperor released a golden light and suddenly flashed forward. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor was rushing towards Yi Xing, he was not moving in a straight line. Instead, he was constantly changing his position. Clearly, he was using some kind of footwork. As a result, Yi Xing was unable to predict where the Golden Monkey Emperor would appear next. It was impossible to hit him with the Stellar Hall. If he could activate the power of the Starry Hall, the divine fire in the hall would attack and turn a large area into a sea of fire. No matter how the Golden Monkey King changed his position, he would be burned to ashes. Unfortunately, Yi Xing could not destroy the power of the Stellar Hall, so he could only use other methods. In the face of the Golden Monkey King, Yi Xing showed no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Yi Xing instantly retreated like a stream of light. At the same time, a beam of starlight soared into the sky, transforming into a massive black hole vortex. Yi Xing had utilized the black hole astrology. In an instant, the Golden Monkey Emperor was plunged into a world of darkness. His supreme metal element astrology could not tear apart the darkness enveloped by the black hole astrology. He could only barely see a few hundred meters around him. As for Yi Xing, he moved through the world of darkness without making a sound. The Golden Monkey Emperor could not detect him and instantly lost track of Yi Xing. The Golden Monkey Emperor was shocked. He immediately activated his astral energy, forming a dazzling golden shield to protect his body. Whoosh! Just then, another beam of starlight soared into the sky. Yi Xing had used the Sagittarius astrology again. In the starry crescent continent, it was no secret that he possessed the supreme astrology. Yi Xing could use it without worry. The black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology stood side by side in the sky. Whether it was the distant quasi-gods or the nearby kings, they could all feel the terrifying power contained in these two great astrologues. The golden flame bow appeared in Yi Xing's hands. Yi Xing drew the bowstring and used the dark wind fire arrow technique. A black flame arrow quickly formed. The Golden Monkey Emperor's astral energy protected his body and the golden dragon truncheon in front of his chest. He was on high alert as he chased after Yi Xing. The black flame arrow was now fully formed. Yi Xing immediately released the bowstring. Whoosh! The black flame arrow was extremely compatible with the world of darkness. It moved through the world of darkness at high speed without making a sound. It was only when it was within a few hundred meters of the Golden Monkey Emperor that he sensed a weak vibration. Although this vibration was weak, it contained an extremely sharp aura and was filled with terrifying penetrative power. The Golden Monkey Emperor was shocked. He immediately reacted and realized that it was an arrow. However, the black flame arrow covered the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. If the Golden Monkey Emperor had seen Yi Xing shoot the arrow and had been prepared, he might have had a chance of avoiding it. But now there was no way to avoid it. Chapter 861. The power of the black hole astral form increased as the cultivator's cultivation base increased. The current black hole astral form formed a world of darkness that could cover hundreds of miles. Therefore, even if Yi Xing was hundreds of miles away, he could still be enveloped by the black hole astral form. At this moment, the battle between the kings of both sides only covered a radius of hundreds of miles. This meant that even if Yi Xing stood still, he could still use the black hole astral form to trap any target in the world of darkness. As for the arrows that Yi Xing shot out, they were shot from the supreme grade profound bow, the golden flame bow, which had a much longer range than the crimson flame bow. The arrow's power was maintained at a distance of more than 300 miles. Therefore, as long as one was trapped in the world of darkness, they would immediately face Yi Xing's arrows and be in danger of dying. In this area, Yi Xing could target any of the martial emperors. Yi Xing's targets were the 8-star sovereigns of the 4 major forces. The 9-star great emperors were much stronger than Yi Xing. The black hole astral form might not be able to trap them in the world of darkness, and the arrows that were shot out might not be able to kill them. However, Yi Xing was very confident that he could kill the 8-star sovereigns in one shot. Although the 9-star great emperors were the pinnacle of the kings of both sides, the 8-star sovereigns were also very important. The 9-star great emperors of the other side were originally no match for the vast heaven great emperors. It was precisely because of the dozen or so 8-star sovereigns that they were able to suppress the vast heaven great emperors. As long as Yi Xing killed these 8-star sovereigns, the 9-star great emperors of the other side would soon be defeated, and the Big Dipper Sword sect would naturally emerge victorious in this battle between the kings. In the blink of an eye, a black flame arrow was formed and shot out explosively. Immediately, an 8-star sovereign lost his life. The arrow that Yi Xing shot out was extremely fast and had an extremely strong binding force. Could also change direction at will. It was impossible to block or evade, and its lethality was heaven-defying. Once the arrow was shot out, an 8-star sovereign would definitely die. In just a few breaths' time, several 8-star sovereigns had died under Yi Xing's arrows. The pressure on the 3 great emperors of the Big Dipper Sword sect was greatly reduced, and they began to counterattack with all their might. On the other hand, the kings of the 4 forces were shocked, especially the 8-star sovereigns. They were terrified that Yi Xing's next arrow would be shot at them. A quasi-god ancestor. Many kings of the 4 major forces of the Big Dipper sect cried out for help. In the current situation, the Big Dipper Sword sect already had the absolute advantage. The 3 great emperors with divine weapons were already extremely terrifying. Now, Yi Xing was harvesting the lives of the 8-star sovereigns as if he was cutting grass. If he killed all the 8-star sovereigns, the great emperors of the other side would not be able to resist at all and their lives would be in danger. Without the help of the quasi-gods, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. In fact, there was no need to wait for the kings to cry out. The quasi-gods in the distance were constantly watching the battle between the kings. However, Feng Nongying and Xing Yuehong were suppressed by Qiu Minjun and could not even take care of themselves. Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongqing were also in the same situation. Under Lu Jinghong's attack, even their souls were injured. As for Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan, 2 of them were using all their strength to hold back Feng Hanqiu, while the other could go and rescue him. However, Xing Qingji's vitality was greatly injured, and could not use half of his strength. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan were also not in good condition, and could not leave for a while. Only Star Silver Death, who was thousands of miles away, had an overwhelming advantage against Feng Junyue. However, Star Silver Death's plan was to kill Feng Junyue in one go or snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue's hands. Feng Junyue was already at a disadvantage. Now, he could only parry and could not fight back. He was fully focused on defense. Therefore, there was a change in the battle between the kings. Star Silver Death did not care at first and planned to snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue's hands first. Star Silver Death did not know that Yi Xing was using the 2 supreme celestial forms to kill the 8-star sovereigns. It was as easy as killing dogs. Within a few breaths, he had killed several of them. No matter how much Star Silver Death wanted to snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue, he had to give up for now. If he allowed Yi Xing to continue killing, all the 8-star sovereigns of the 4 forces would be killed. Moreover, Yi Xing had used a divine weapon just now. Star Silver Death immediately thought of Yi Xing, Tiger Roaring 3 slashes. Star Silver Death yelled and performed one of the killing moves of the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Saber technique. In an instant, the Heavenly Tiger roared and 3 saber auras slashed down at the same time. Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded at the same time. Feng Junyue spat out blood and was blasted back dozens of miles. Star Silver Death did not chase after him. Instead, he looked at the battlefield of the kings thousands of miles away. He snorted and waved his hand, tearing the space in front of him. Tearing the space to teleport was a skill of a quasi-god. Star Silver Death tore the space and entered the dimensional void in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the space in the sky above the battlefield of the kings was torn apart. Star Silver Death walked out. The aura of a second Nirvana quasi-god suddenly spread out. An invisible force pressed down. Within hundreds of miles, all the kings felt a huge pressure and fell from the sky. Although the aura of a quasi-god was also a kind of aura, it was much stronger than that of a king. The power could be condensed into something tangible. Once a quasi-god unleashed his aura, the space around him would become a forbidden zone. Apart from other quasi-gods, no one could fly. Star Silver Death's eyes were as sharp as knives. He immediately locked onto Yi Xing and sneered. Whoosh, a flash of saber light appeared. Star Silver Death instantly took out a low-grade divine saber and performed the heavenly tiger roaring saber technique. He slashed at Yi Xing. Before the astral saber arrived, Yi Xing could already feel a bone-piercing sharpness from dozens of miles away. The attack of a second Nirvana quasi-god was too frightening. If this saber really chopped down, even without the astral saber touching Yi Xing's body, just the sharp aura of nothingness would be enough to split Yi Xing in half. Clang! The space suddenly cracked open. A pitch-black circle came out and collided with the saber light in the sky. Sparks flew and a deafening explosion sounded. Star Silver Death frowned. The saber light rolled back in anger. The pitch-black circle retreated, and Lu Zhenghong walked out of the rift in space. He raised his hand and grabbed it. It was the mediocre-grade divine artifact that Yi Xing had given him, the Obsidian Soul-Annihilating Circle. Not only was the Obsidian Soul Extinguishing Ring powerful, but it was also extremely destructive to the soul. Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongqing's souls had suffered heavy injuries from the battle with Lu Zhenghong. They were dispirited and listless. If Lu Zhenghong wanted to withdraw, the two of them could not stop him. After Star Silver Death forced Feng Junyue to retreat, he traveled through space and attacked Yi Xing. Lu Zhenghong had been prepared. He also forced Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongqing to retreat and blocked Star Silver Death's attack. With the middle-grade divine weapon Obsidian Soul-Destroying Ring, Lu Zhenghong was fully capable of fighting Star Silver Death. Lu Zhenghong, you're courting death! Star Silver Death roared. His aura exploded like a furious tiger. Lu Zhenghong sneered. He looked at Star Silver Death fearlessly. Just then, the space cracked. Feng Junyue also traveled through space. Chapter 864. Within 3 days, Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Een Palace, and Golden Lion Sect delivered the compensation to the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Giant Spirit Sect, and Moon Severing Sect. Although they were unwilling, they could only compensate and seek temporary peace. Only then would they have time to scheme against Yi Xing. After the Big Dipper Sword Sect reclaimed their territory and rebuilt their dynasty, gathering draconic luck, they were busy. The quasi-gods of the Big Dipper Sword Sect presided over the sect, while the kings traveled around the territory. However, Yi Xing was not among these kings. After returning to the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Yi Xing entered secluded cultivation and did not take a single step out of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. As a result, the plan to assassinate Yi Xing while he was away would not work. With Yi Xing in the Big Dipper Sword Sect, even if Star Silver Death gathered all the quasi-gods on his side, they would not be able to break in. Star Silver Death was very vexed by this. He naturally knew that Yi Xing had great potential. If Yi Xing was given enough time to grow, he would become a huge threat in the future. As long as the kings of the Big Dipper Sword Sect left the capital, they were confident that they could ambush and kill any one of them. However, if this king was not Yi Xing, there was no need to ambush him. This was because once they stirred up trouble, another war would erupt. Starting another war over an insignificant person was clearly unwise. Star Silver Death gathered the quasi-gods to discuss countermeasures. In this regard, the quasi-gods were helpless. Yi Xing was in the Big Dipper Sword sect, and they could not force their way in. What could they do? Jin Hongqing had been silent all this time. With 8 quasi-gods together, he rarely spoke. However, at this time, his eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of an idea. Star Silver Death, who had been observing the situation, said, "Jin Hongqing, do you have a plan?" Jin Hongqing nodded and said, "Yi Xing is in the Big Dipper Sword sect. There's nothing we can do. The only way to kill him is to lure Yi Xing out of the Big Dipper Sword sect." Currently, Jin Hongqing was in the same boat as Astral Elephant Palace. If Astral Elephant Palace won, the Golden Lion sect would be able to maintain its status as a subordinate force, and he would be able to survive. However, if the Big Dipper Sword sect won, both his life and the Golden Lion sect would be doomed. Therefore, even though Jin Hongqing regretted boarding this ship, but as a grasshopper on a string, he could only contribute to Astral Elephant Palace. Star Silver Death nodded and said, "But how can we lure Yi Xing out of the Big Dipper Sword sect?" Jin Hongqing said, "Yi Xing is now a 4-star king. He is cultivating in the Big Dipper Sword sect because he wants to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. When he reaches a certain level and has the battle prowess of a quasi-god, he will come to deal with us. However, the cultivation of the king realm is not easy. Even if he is extremely talented, it will still take a long time for him to make a breakthrough. It will probably take 20 or 30 years for him to have the battle prowess of a quasi-god. If we release the news that some place has a treasure that can help a king to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, I think Yi Xing will definitely be tempted. Perhaps he will be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation." Xing Qingji had already recovered his vitality by now. His expression was normal as he said, "This is indeed a method, but it may not work. Putting aside how rare a treasure that can help a king to make a breakthrough in his cultivation is, others may not believe it. Even if they believe it, the Big Dipper Sword sect will probably treat Yi Xing like a treasure and not let Yi Xing take the risk himself. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue will probably personally make a trip for Yi Xing to look for the treasure. Lies can be easily exposed." All the quasi-gods nodded in agreement. It was indeed not easy to trick Yi Xing out of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Star Silver Death shook his head slightly. He had considered Jin Hongqing's method before, but just as Xing Qingji said, it was very difficult to work and had been rejected by him long ago. Jin Hongqing said, "What if this is not a lie? You all know about the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit, right?" Star Silver Death's eyes lit up as he said, "The Star Catcher Cloud Fruit is a supreme saint fruit that can help a king to improve his cultivation. It can help a king to advance a king by 1 realm, a king by 2 realms, and a king by 3 realms." Jin Hongqing, do you know anything about the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit? Jin Hongqing nodded and said, "That's right. When I was a 9-star king, I ate a Star Catcher Cloud Fruit. Although it did not directly improve my cultivation, the fact that I could become a quasi-god is definitely related to that Star Catcher Cloud Fruit." Jin Hongqing was different from the other quasi-gods present. They all became quasi-gods in the Dark Star Temple and then returned to the Starry Crescent Land. Jin Hongqing, on the other hand, was only a 9-star Great Emperor when he returned from the Dark Star Temple. It was only after he returned to the Starry Crescent Land that he became a quasi-god. Star Silver Death said happily, "Tell us, where is the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit?" Jin Hongqing said, "In an extraterritorial starland, there is a Star Catcher Cloud Fruit tree. The Star Catcher Cloud Fruit is a king's saint fruit that ripens once every 1,000 years. That extraterritorial starland also connects to the Starry Crescent Land every 1,000 years. When the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit ripens, it happens to be the same time that the extraterritorial starland connects to the Starry Crescent Land. 1,000 years ago, I entered that place by chance and obtained a star-catcher cloud fruit. Jin Hongqing smiled and said, "That extraterritorial starland is very strange. Quasi-gods can't enter it, and there is a group of natives living there. They can't cultivate astral chi and can only cultivate their physical bodies. They are like ferocious beasts in human form and are extremely powerful. The star-catcher cloud fruit tree is their sacred tree, but it has no effect on their cultivation. 1,000 years ago, I entered that place and stole a star-catcher cloud fruit." When Jin Hongqing mentioned that quasi-gods couldn't enter that extraterritorial starland, Star Silver Death's eyes lit up. Since quasi-gods couldn't enter, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue couldn't help Yi Xing enter to search for treasures. Only kings could go. With the attraction of the star-catcher cloud fruit, Yi Xing would definitely go in person. In this way, they would have a chance to kill Yi Xing. Star Silver Death said. "In the starry crescent land, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue will definitely protect Yi Xing, so we won't have a chance to kill him. If we want to kill Yi Xing, the chance is in that extraterritorial starland. Let the 9-star Great Emperor enter with a divine weapon. The first purpose is to kill Yi Xing and rob Yi Xing of his treasures. The second purpose is to kill the natives and rob the star-catcher cloud fruit." Jin Hongqing nodded and said, "If we can kill Yi Xing in the extraterritorial starland and get his treasures, everything will be great." Xing Qingji asked, "How do you know that quasi-gods can't enter? Also, as a 9-star Great Emperor, why did you only steal 1 star-catcher cloud fruit and not all of the star-catcher cloud fruit?" Jin Hongqing said, "Brother Qingji, you don't know. 1,000 years ago, I discovered that extraterritorial starland with the late quasi-god Jin Yen of my sect. However, when I entered, Jin Yen was blocked by the power of rules and couldn't enter. Also, Brother Qingji, don't underestimate those natives. Even a divine weapon can't hurt them. Without a divine weapon, you are no match for them." Chapter 865. The Big Dipper dynasty was re-established, and the dynasty's draconic luck was condensed once more. Within the Big Dipper sword sect, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were cultivating in seclusion. Their cultivations were also advancing at a rapid pace. Both of them had obtained a lot of corpse jades. Although their astral energies were strong, and even the corpse jades of the 7-star Death Spirit King couldn't help them break through, it still sped up their cultivation speed. Ever since the Astral Elephant Palace paid the compensation, the starry crescent land regained its former peace. On the surface, the 7 great sects were living in harmony. Time passed slowly, and a year later, Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing's cultivations broke through to the 5th level of the Astral Sea Realm, becoming 5-star kings. Both of them were people with great comprehension abilities, and their cultivation had also improved a lot. Their strength had increased by a large margin. After the two broke through, they continued to cultivate in seclusion. If they wanted to fight against quasi-gods, they would have to become high-step kings at the very least. The corpse jades of the 7-star Death Spirit King played a huge role in breaking through to 5-star kings so quickly. However, the corpse jades of the two had lost their effect from the 5th level of the Astral Sea Realm to the 6th level, and from the 6th level to the 7th level. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level of the Astral Sea Realm, that was the difference between a mid-step king and a high-step king. Even though the two of them were rich in resources, they estimated that it would take at least 8 to 10 years to become a 7-star king in the Starry Crescent Land. 10 years for Yi Xing, 8 for Wei Qingxian. Another half a year passed, and a piece of news came from the Astral Elephant Palace. The Astral Elephant Palace was preparing to send high-step kings to an outer realm star continent to search for the star-catcher cloud fruit. The 7 great sects each had their own intelligence network, and each sect had planted spies. If something big happened, it would spread quickly. When the Big Dipper Sword sect received this news, they immediately took it seriously. The star-catcher cloud fruit was no ordinary fruit. It was a supreme-grade sacred medicine that could raise the cultivation of a king. It was even a great task for a 9-star great emperor to break through to the quasi-god realm. As the Big Dipper Sword sect investigated and verified the news, they found out that the source of the news was Jin Hongqing of the Golden Lion sect. Time passed day after day, and the Starry Crescent Land was connected to the Starry Crescent Land was closer and closer. Feng Hanqiu decided that he would tell Yi the news and let him decide whether he wanted to search for the star-catcher cloud fruit or not. Feng's Feng was the Dipper Sword sect, and he was surprised by Yi. Feng Hanqiu S, and Feng was Dipper Sword sect. Yi Feng Dipper. Him Feng Dipper Sword sect. Feng Dipper Martial Dipper Feng Dip sect. Feng S Dipper Didipper Senior Martial Senior Feng Dipper Feng Diaper T Dipper Divine. The star-catcher cloud fruit was an extremely rare saint fruit. Although Yi Xing was knowledgeable, he had never heard of it before. He shook his head. Feng Hanqiu explained, "This is a supreme-grade holy fruit that can raise a king's cultivation. It can raise a high-level king's cultivation by 1 layer, a mid-level king's cultivation by 2 layers, and a low-level king's cultivation by 3 layers. It can even help a 9-star great emperor break through to the quasi-god realm." Yi Xing's heart thumped. As expected of a high-step saint fruit. It's a good treasure indeed. Where can I find such a treasure? He was currently distressed about breaking through to 7-star great emperor. It would take a long time, but if he had the star-catcher cloud fruit, he could easily become a 7-star great emperor. A high-step king could barely wield a divine weapon, but a 7-star great emperor could only wield a divine weapon. Only a 9-star great emperor could wield a divine weapon freely. If Yi Xing became a 7-star great emperor, he wouldn't be inferior to a 9-star great emperor in any aspect. He could wield a divine weapon and fight against a quasi-god realm expert. Yi Xing estimated that he would need at least 10 years to become a 7-star great emperor if he cultivated step by step in the Big Dipper Sword sect. This was without any accident. If he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, it would take even longer. Although 10 or 20 years was a short time for other kings, Yi Xing's goal wasn't just to be a king or quasi-god realm expert. He wanted to stand at the peak of the martial path and become a legendary sovereign. Naturally, his requirements were higher. He shouldn't stay in the king realm for too long. Therefore, Yi Xing was naturally tempted by the star-catcher cloud fruit. If he could obtain one, Yi Xing would be able to make continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation and become a high-step king. Feng Hanqiu said, "The star-catcher cloud fruit is a rare treasure that can only be found by chance. It only existed in the Starry Crescent Land once, but it has long gone extinct. In the past tens of thousands of years, every time a star-catcher cloud fruit appeared, it basically came from the extraterritorial star continent." Yi Xing was slightly surprised. Extraterritorial star continent? Feng Hanqiu nodded. The extraterritorial star continent is a small continent that floats between the Starry Crescent Land. It's not as vast as the Starry Crescent Land, but it's not small either. Every Starry Crescent Land has a large number of extraterritorial star continents. However, the 2 extraterritorial star continents are not in the same space. Unless it's a specific time, they can't travel. Now, there's news that an extraterritorial star continent is about to connect with the Starry Crescent Land, and that star-catcher cloud fruit is on that extraterritorial star continent. After a pause, Feng Hanqiu continued, "Unfortunately, I heard that the extraterritorial star continent is restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Only kings below the quasi-god realm can enter. Otherwise, junior brother Jun, you or I can go and see if it's true. We'll definitely get one for you." Yi Xing asked, "Is this news reliable?" Feng Hanqiu said, "It's reliable. Forces like the Astral Elephant Palace have also sent kings to search for it. Moreover, the quasi-god Jin Hongqing of the Golden Lion sect entered that extraterritorial star continent 1,000 years ago and obtained a star-catcher cloud fruit. This has a lot to do with him becoming a quasi-god." Yi Xing said, "Since that extraterritorial star continent might have star-catcher cloud fruit, then I'll have to try my luck and see if I can get one. If I'm lucky enough to get it, then the destruction of the Astral Elephant Palace will hasten." Yi Xing had the void-piercing divine eyes that could see through space. If that extraterritorial star continent really had star-catcher cloud fruit, it definitely wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. He would definitely go and search for it himself. Feng Hanqiu said, "Although the news is reliable, we can't rule out the possibility that the Astral Elephant Palace deliberately made up fake news to kill you when you go to the extraterritorial star continent. I'll send Guang Tian and Feng Yang with divine weapons to go with you." Yi Xing nodded and said, "Qing Xian will also go with me. Then I'll have to trouble Emperor Guang Tian and Emperor Feng Yang." Another month passed, and it was time for the extraterritorial star continent to connect with the starry crescent land. Yi Xing, Qing Xian, Emperor Guang Tian, and Emperor Feng Yang left the Big Dipper sword sect. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue sent them all the way to the extraterritorial star continent. Chapter 866. With Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue escorting them, they did not encounter any accidents along the way. Soon, they arrived at the place where the starry crescent land was connected to the extraterritorial starland. It was located in a valley among the mountains, and there was a space crack. Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Sky, and Emperor Feng Yang passed through the space crack and entered the extraterritorial starland. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue gave it a try. Just as the news said, they were blocked by the rules of heaven and earth. In the extraterritorial starland, Yi Xing and the other three appeared in the sky above a mountain range. They were surrounded by endless mountains. The four landed on the mountain range and looked around. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian even used their eye techniques to look into the distance to check out the environment. Yi Xing looked into the distance until the end of the world. He roughly estimated that this was an extraterritorial starland with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. In addition, Yi Xing's expression was slightly surprised when he saw that there were a lot of natives living on this starland. These aborigines had the same facial features and limbs as normal humans. However, their height and physique were much higher than normal humans. An adult male was more than 3 meters tall and had terrifying muscles. Even the women were tall and strong. According to Yi Xing's estimation, the physical strength of these natives, regardless of whether they were male or female, would not be inferior to a Star Sea Realm king. More than 50% of the extraterritorial starland was ocean. Of the other 50%, 30% were mountains. The aborigines only took up 20% of the extraterritorial starland. Even so, the number of aborigines was astronomical. These aborigines lived in tribes. The smaller tribes only had a few hundred people, while the larger tribes had millions. There were more than 10,000 tribes of various sizes, and more than a dozen tribes with millions of people. In fact, in the most central region of the star continent, there lived the largest tribe with tens of millions of people. It could no longer be called a tribe, but a huge country. The tall indigenous people had built a huge city with a radius of thousands of miles. In this city, Yi Xing found a star-catcher cloud fruit tree with dozens of star-catcher cloud fruits growing on the tree. Since he had come to the extraterritorial star continent for the star-catcher cloud fruit, Yi Xing had naturally made preparations. He had read through all the information regarding the star-catcher cloud fruit. Yi Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. In this city, about 70% of the people were adults, and all of them had the strength of a king. This meant that there were 30 to 40 million kings. Even if all the kings of the starry crescent land were to be added together, there would not be more than 100,000 of them. Yet, a tribe in a small extraterrestrial starland had 30 to 40 million natives, who were as powerful as kings. Yixing saw many natives who were as powerful as high-level kings kneeling and praying to the star-catcher cloud fruit tree. It was obvious that the natives valued the star-catcher cloud fruit tree greatly. Moreover, the location of the star-catcher cloud fruit tree was surrounded by high walls. On top of the high walls, there were hundreds of natives standing guard at all times. Yixing was surprised. He carefully searched the huge city with tens of millions of natives and found a team of human kings. It was a team of 5, and all 5 of them were 9-star great emperors. Yixing recognized 4 of them. They were the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace, the great emperor of the Demon Ceiling Valley, the 9-candle great emperor of the Dark Moon Palace, and the Golden Rock great emperor of the Golden Lion sect. There was another great emperor that Yixing had seen outside the Star Elephant Palace, but he did not know which sect the great emperor belonged to. The 5 great emperors were hiding in the woods outside the city. Their auras were concealed and merged with the surroundings silently. Even if someone was nearby, they would not be discovered. However, under Yixing's void-penetrating god eyes, their disguise was not effective at all. Yixing easily saw through them with a glance. The vast heaven martial monarch asked when he saw Yixing's surprise, "Yixing, what did you find?" Yixing's void-penetrating god eyes were still looking into the distance. He smiled and said, "I saw some familiar faces. Xing Wanxiang, Fengju, Xianzhouju, Golden Rock, and a 9-star great emperor whose name I don't know. There are 5 of them in total. They are hiding outside the city with the star-catcher cloud fruit tree. I'm not sure if their target is the star-catcher cloud fruit tree in the city, or me." The vast heaven martial monarch was astounded and said, "The patriarchs of the 4 sects are all here. I'm afraid it's not as simple as the star-catcher cloud fruit. I think their real target is you." The Wind Sun martial monarch said, "That old man Fengju is here too. He's not easy to deal with. He's the strongest expert below the quasi-god realm. I'm afraid I can only fight against him with my godly weapon. If he were to bring his godly weapon, his strength would be on par with the quasi-gods. He won't be easy to deal with." The vast heaven martial monarch nodded. He was obviously intimidated by martial monarch Fengju. Yixing grinned and said, "Don't worry, their ambush won't escape my eyes. They think they are hiding in the dark, but I'm actually hiding in the dark while they are out in the open. There's no way they can trick me." Saying this, Yixing continued to look into the distance and said, "I'll check this place first and see if there's anything else." The gaze of the void-breaking god I traveled through the void, looking at land after land. When he saw the end of one direction, Yixing changed direction. With a radius of several 100,000 miles, it could be considered extremely vast. However, Yixing only used his eyes to roughly scan the area. How fast was his speed? In just a quarter of an hour, he had already seen more than half of this starland. When the gaze of the void-breaking god I suddenly traveled through a large sea of fire, Yixing's face lit up with joy. It was the otherworldly flame. This sea of fire stretched for tens of thousands of miles and reached the edge of the star-catcher cloud continent. However, the sea of fire didn't stop there. Instead, it extended beyond the star-catcher cloud continent and turned into a long river of fire that scattered into the starry sky. It went to a place where Yixing couldn't see. Yixing saw an extremely terrifying flame energy in this sea of fire. It was even stronger than the flame torrent that Yixing had encountered in the starry sky. The otherworldly flame there must have reached the divine level. The area within 10,000 miles of this sea of fire was barren, without a single blade of grass. There were no indigenous people living within 10,000 miles of this sea of fire. Presumably, for the indigenous people of this star continent, this was simply a forbidden area. However, Yi Xing's joy grew as he looked at this terrifying sea of fire. He said, "I have a way to deal with them." The eyes of the vast Sky Emperor and the Wind Sun Emperor lit up. They asked at the same time, "What is it?" Yi Xing smiled and said, "My azure cloud wings can devour other types of azure metal to increase its grade. I have divine azure metal materials that can upgrade the azure cloud wings to a divine weapon. However, I don't have any divine azure metal flames on me. I found a large sea of fire at the edge of the Star Catcher Cloud continent. The flames there can increase the grade of my Star Fire Seed. When my Star Fire Seed evolves and refines the divine azure metal, my azure cloud wings will reach the divine level. Then, my speed will reach the quasi-god level, even faster than the average quasi-god. With the speed of a quasi-god, they will be in trouble." Chapter 867. Yi Xing and the other three did not go to the big city in the center of the star continent. Instead, they went to the Sea of Fire at the edge of the star continent. When they were 1,000 miles away from the Sea of Fire, the four of them felt extremely hot, as if their bodies were about to be incinerated. Yi Xing asked the other three to stop and said, "Qin Xian, you guys wait outside. I will go and absorb the fire essence. It won't take long." Wei Qinxian nodded and said, "Be careful." Yi Xing smiled and activated the Star Fire Seed. The heat was immediately reduced, and he continued to move closer to the Sea of Fire. Supreme-grade Imperial Body, with an immortal body, Yi Xing's physical resistance to fire was stronger than the two 9-star Great Emperors, Vast Heaven Great Emperor and Wind Sun Great Emperor. In addition to the Star Fire Seed and the defense of the Tao of Fire, Yi Xing stopped when he was about 100 miles away from the edge of the Sea of Fire. Although he was not in the Sea of Fire, the temperature was already very hot and the fire essence was not low. Swoosh! Yi Xing immediately used the black hole astrological form and turned into a huge black hole vortex. It spun rapidly and devoured the fire essence around him. At the same time, Yi Xing also activated the Star Fire Seed, and the Star Fire Seed also absorbed the fire essence. A huge amount of fire essence gathered in Yi Xing's body and even strengthened the vermilion bird astrological form. Yi Xing's understanding of the great Tao of Fire also increased rapidly in the process of devouring the fire essence. Countless fire yuan qi shrouded Yi Xing, and Yi Xing almost turned into a man of fire. His resistance to fire became stronger and stronger. He continued to move forward and gradually walked into the Sea of Fire. In the end, Yi Xing walked 100 miles away from the Sea of Fire. When his resistance to fire reached a certain level, he directly entered the Sea of Fire. The fire essence in the Sea of Fire, whether it was the concentration or the quality, was much higher than outside the Sea of Fire. Yi Xing was like a whale sucking in water, madly devouring the fire essence. So the great Tao of Fire has such a profound mystery. Good, this is really good. As Yi Xing devoured more and more fire essence, his comprehension of the grand Tao of Fire became more and more profound. He gained many new insights and was overjoyed. The fire energy in this Sea of Fire was too surging. Yi Xing had been absorbing it for over 2 hours, but the surrounding fire energy was still endless. However, the Star Fire Seed in his dantian had undergone a qualitative change. It had suddenly risen to a new level. The Astral Flame Seed was white with a tinge of gray and contained a terrifying amount of energy. Even Yi Xing was shocked. If this Astral Flame Seed struck a quasi-god, their divine body would be greatly damaged and their life force would be greatly damaged. After being burned for a long time, even an immortal would die. Clearly, the Star Fire Seed's grade had been raised to the divine grade. Now that the quality of the Astral Flame Seed had increased, Yi Xing's resistance to fire had also increased. Flames that could burn a quasi-god were nothing to Yi Xing now. Moreover, not only had the quality of Yi Xing's star fire seed increased, but the power of his vermilion bird aspect had also increased. It was now closer to the center of his forehead. Most importantly, Yi Xing's comprehension of the true meaning of fire had increased by leaps and bounds. It was just that he hadn't had enough time to completely digest it. If he had enough time to fully comprehend what he had learned today, Yi Xing's true meaning of fire might have a qualitative breakthrough. This sea of fire was simply a treasure trove for Yi Xing. Even if this starland didn't have the star-catcher cloud fruit, Yi Xing had still obtained a great harvest. After the quality of the starfire seed had increased, its power had stopped increasing. The vermilion bird aspect had also been strengthened to the limit. The vermilion bird on his aspect had become even more obvious. Yi Xing had also comprehended the true meaning of fire to a critical point. What he needed was time to digest it. Although the fire energy in this sea of fire was still surging, it was no longer of any use to Yi Xing. Yi Xing left the sea of fire. Looking at the smile on Yi Xing's face, Wei Qingxian and the other two knew that Yi Xing had gained a lot. "Did you succeed?" Wei Qingxian asked when Yi Xing walked in front of her. "I succeeded." Yi Xing smiled slightly. His expression was full of joy as he said, "Next, it's time to upgrade the Azure Cloud Wings to a divine artifact." In the Heavenly Bow continent, Yi Xing had obtained dozens of divine artifacts. Among them, 80% were low-grade divine artifacts. Some were weapons, some were defensive equipment, some were elixirs, some were materials, some were ancient books on formations, and some were secret manuals on cultivation techniques and martial arts. Among them, there was a divine green gold material. Yi Xing took it out. Yi Xing raised his hand and the azure cloud wings appeared in his palm. The star fire stirred, and the divine green gold was quickly melted and refined into the azure cloud wings. Not long after, the azure cloud wings produced a surge of aura. There was no wind in the surroundings, and the clouds surged in the sky. There were even strange flashes of light. A natural phenomenon, the birth of a divine artifact. The quality of the azure cloud wings had a huge leap. It had been upgraded from a top-grade Xian artifact to a low-grade divine artifact. Flying treasures were the most precious and rare. A low-grade flying divine artifact's value was no less than a middle-grade divine artifact. Even if a king had a low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed would be comparable to a quasi-god. If a quasi-god had a low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed would be much faster than a quasi-god of the same level. Being a little faster wasn't a big advantage. However, when one's speed reached a certain level and far surpassed the enemy's, it could be fatal. Yi Xing kept the azure cloud wings in his palm, and they grew out from his back. They were about 1 zhang wide and weren't very big. However, the aura they exuded and the perfect lines of the wings were like flowing water. With a single glance, one could tell that the wings were terrifyingly fast. Emperor Vast Sky said excitedly, "Quickly try it and see how fast it can reach." Yi Xing nodded and disappeared with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of miles away. Yi Xing estimated the distance. In one breath, he had flown more than 600 miles, almost 700 miles. A quasi-god of the first nirvana could generally fly about 600 miles in one breath. Therefore, Yi Xing's azure cloud wings was a little faster than most first nirvana quasi-gods. It was indeed a low-grade flying divine artifact. Other 5-star kings wouldn't be able to use it even if they had a low-grade flying divine artifact. There were 2 reasons why Yi Xing could use the god-grade azure cloud wings. First, Yi Xing had refined the azure cloud wings when it was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. He had been nourishing it with his aura and bloodline. It had long become one with Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Xing could surpass levels. Second, Yi Xing's astral energy was much stronger than that of a 5-star king. Even a 7-star king would pale in comparison to Yi Xing. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Yi Xing could casually use the god-grade azure cloud wings. Yi Xing's figure flashed, and he returned to Wei Qingxuan's group. He smiled and said, "Now, it's time to give them a big gift." Chapter 869. The 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other four did not expect Yi Xing to suddenly shoot an arrow at them. The black flame arrow shuttled through the night sky and merged with the darkness. It was difficult to see it with one's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled hundreds of miles and arrived in front of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other four. This arrow was not aimed at any one of them. The power it contained was not strong and penetrating, but it was extremely explosive. As soon as it arrived in front of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other four, the power in the arrow exploded violently. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion. Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation, and the power of the arrow was no less than a 9-star Great Emperor's full power attack. Although none of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other four were directly hit by the black flame arrow, the terrifying explosive power was not to be underestimated. They quickly blocked the power of the explosion and revealed themselves from their hiding places. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was flapping the azure cloud wings with all his strength. His speed suddenly increased, and he traveled 600 miles in a breath. In the blink of an eye, he had flown past the 5 great emperors. The indigenous people who were chasing Yi Xing from behind were stunned. Yi Xing could travel 600 miles in one breath. This speed was more than twice as fast as the fastest indigenous people. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing had already widened the distance between them by several hundred miles. Yi Xing had achieved his goal. As long as he left, the indigenous people would not be able to catch up with him. They would definitely find trouble with the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the others. Therefore, Yi Xing did not reduce his speed. He flew more than 1,000 miles in 2 blinks of an eye. "Damn it, we've been tricked by this kid." The 5 great emperors blocked the power of the arrow's explosion and appeared in the calm void a few dozen miles away. Looking at Yi Xing's rapidly disappearing figure, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor roared angrily. Such a fast speed? He must have traveled 600 miles in a breath. This is a speed that only quasi-gods can achieve. The flying treasure behind Yi Xing must be a divine weapon. The 9 Candles Great Emperor looked at Yi Xing's figure in the distance and was stunned. Flying divine artifact? The Golden Rock Emperor sounded surprised. The divine artifacts themselves were extremely precious treasures. Each of the 7 sects in the Starry Crescent Land only had a few divine artifacts. Some had 3 or 4, and some had only 1 or 2. At the very least, flying artifacts were even rarer. In the entire Starry Crescent Land, only the Demon Sealing Valley had one. It was the treasure of the Demon Sealing Valley. At this moment, the indigenous people who had chased after Yi Xing were getting further and further away from him. They could only watch from afar and had nowhere to vent their anger. Their gazes immediately shifted to the 5 great emperors who were not far away. This caused the 5 great emperors to frown. These natives were not ordinary. Since they were able to chase out of the city the fastest, they were definitely the strongest group in the city. The weakest among them was probably a 7-star king, while the strongest was comparable to a 9-star great emperor. There were so many aborigines. Even if they all carried divine weapons, they did not dare to underestimate them. The 5 great emperors took out their divine artifacts at the same time. The only difference was that while the other 4 great emperors had taken out their divine artifacts, Great Emperor Feng Zhu took out a pair of black wings. Great Emperor Wan Xiang exclaimed, "The heavenly demon divine wings is the treasure of the Demon Sealing Valley. Brother Feng Zhu, you have brought it with you?" Great Emperor Feng Zhu chuckled and said, "There is only one chance. If we miss it, it will be hard to come by again. Naturally, we have to be prepared." Brother Wan Xiang, you guys deal with these natives. I will go after Yi Xing. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon divine wings behind great Emperor Feng Ju flapped and his figure turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the distance. The heavenly demon divine wings was a low-grade flying divine artifact. Great Emperor Feng Ju's astral energy was much denser than Yi Xing's. Thus, when he used the low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed was even faster than Yi Xing's, reaching a speed of 700 miles in a breath. Great Emperor Feng Ju was the #1 king of the Starry Crescent Land. He was invincible under the quasi-god realm. The density of his astral energy was also second to none among the 9-star great emperors. Thus, when he used the low-grade flying divine artifact, he was naturally faster than the average 9-star great emperor. In fact, he was even faster than a first nirvana quasi-god. Great Emperor Wan Xiang and the other 3 used their divine artifacts and quickly engaged in a fierce battle with the aborigines. Great Emperor Feng Ju's eyes locked onto Yi Xing's figure and chased after him with extreme speed. He would not stop until he killed Yi Xing. Yi Xing immediately realized that someone was chasing after him and was surprised. Looking back, he saw that it was Great Emperor Feng Ju who was using a low-grade flying divine artifact. Yi Xing suddenly realized that Great Emperor Feng Ju was also using a low-grade flying divine artifact. Moreover, Great Emperor Feng Ju's speed seemed to be even faster than his. In a breath's time, the distance between the two of them was only a few dozen miles. In less than a few dozen breaths, Great Emperor Feng Ju would be able to catch up. You dare to chase after me alone? As expected of the strongest king of the Starry Crescent Land, Yi Xing smirked coldly. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I wonder how many of them can you take on alone? Time passed by one breath after another. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. When they were about 300 miles apart, Yi Xing waved his hand and the high-grade divine artifact, Starry Palace, appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures flew out from the Starry Palace. They were Wei Qingxian, Great Emperor Vast Heaven, and Great Emperor Feng Yang. The Starry Palace was different from other divine artifacts. It had a space within. Yi Xing had entered the city in the middle of the Starry Crescent Land to steal the Starry Cloud Fruit. He had let Wei Qingxian, Great Emperor Vast Heaven, and Great Emperor Feng Yang into the Starry Palace. After all, Yi Xing had comprehended the true intent of darkness. He could approach the Starry Cloud Fruit Tree silently in the dark. However, Wei Qingxian and the other 2 couldn't. Therefore, they could only hide. Now that Great Emperor Feng Ju was chasing after them, Yi Xing naturally let the 3 of them come out to face him together. Wei Qingxian and the other 2 appeared and flew to Yi Xing's side. The 4 of them locked their gazes on Great Emperor Feng Ju. Great Emperor Vast Heaven and Great Emperor Feng Yang took out their divine artifact. Great Emperor Feng Ju stopped dozens of li away from the 4 of them. He faced Yi Xing's group alone without any fear. Feng Quangtian, Feng Yang, so the 2 of you came in as well. You even brought divine artifacts. Great Emperor Feng Ju laughed coldly. It seems like you're here to deliver a big gift to this emperor. Since you're here, then leave your lives here. As he spoke, Great Emperor Feng Ju raised his hands and a pair of black gloves appeared. The black gloves had a terrifying aura and were covered with twisted runes. It was also a divine artifact. The quasi-god Feng Hao of the Demon Sealing Valley had always been using this pair of gloves. Now, he was lending it to Great Emperor Feng Ju. It seemed like in order to kill Yi Xing in the extraterritorial Starry Continent, the other party had really put in a lot of effort. Great Emperor Feng Ju was the #1 king of the Starry Crescent Land. He was invincible under the quasi-god realm. With a divine artifact, he could fight against a quasi-god realm 1 nirvana. Now, Great Emperor Feng Ju had 2 divine artifacts. The gloves increased his attack power and the wings increased his speed. They were probably even more terrifying than a quasi-god realm one Nirvana. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.